at the end. Who do you want to run social security in Scotland? Do you trust a cabinet who is a membership of vile people who burn £50 notes in front of homeless people to join a toffs club to run our social security system? Or do you trust the Scottish Parliament? Give us the powers.
Thank you, Kevin. And to move the amendment, Morgan Horn, to be followed by Angus Miller to second. Morgan, that was a long walk for you.
Thank you.
Oh, sorry, and I should also say, as well as being Assistant National Secretary, this is Morgan's first time speaking at party conference.
Thank you. I would firstly like to say that SNP students wholeheartedly endorse the resolution put forward by Ailey Whiteford MP and Kevin Stewart MSP, and we recognise the toll that austerity has taken on communities the length and breadth of this country. But I'm here to highlight the impact that the Tories' horrendous austerity programme is having on young people. Having already suffered considerable cuts in wages and cuts to vital services and support, the young are going to be one of the groups hit hardest by the harsh austerity measures outlined in this emergency budget. The Tories are dressing up their brutal and unprovoked attack on our young as a workable solution for the high level of youth unemployment, arguing that they want to end a generation of young people who apparently claim the dole as a lifestyle choice. But poverty and inequality are not a lifestyle choice. Austerity, on the other hand, is a political choice, and it's a political choice made by a government we didn't vote for, who are hurting my generation with policies that we don't want. At a time where young people are struggling with housing costs and youth homelessness is rising, they're removing housing benefit from 18 to 21-year-olds. And even though our wages have plummeted more than any other age group, those under the age of 25 are excluded from Osborne's so-called national living wage conference. Even Ian Duncan Smith was celebrating when this policy was announced, and I think that tells you all you need to know. Wage inequality is particularly damaging for young people, as we already look set to be worse off than the generation of our parents. Young people in this country are now facing a bleak and uncertain future, with the UK government decreasing financial support for young people, raising tuition fees for students south of the border, and promoting poverty wage jobs as a solution to youth unemployment. The Tories' latest measures will only make matters worse for the most vulnerable young people. UK-wide, 52% of those seeking help for homelessness are under 25, and removing housing benefit is going to exacerbate this problem. This Conservative government don't have a mandate in Scotland to implement these cuts, and may the politics of austerity was fundamentally rejected here in Scotland by the unprecedented election of a strong team of SNP MPs. And I'd just like to say that the youth and student wing of this party have a message for George Osborne today. We should not be made to pay for a crisis that we did not cause. And austerity is not going to solve the problems in our society, but austerity is the problem in our society. It's become increasingly clear that only our party will stand up for young people. To name but a few policies we have to encourage our young, we've given 16 and 17-year-olds the vote, we're extending EMA support for disadvantaged students, and this party will always ensure that your ability to learn is based on that your ability to get higher education is based on your ability to learn and never your ability to pay. For a party so determined to keep our United Kingdom together, the Tories are the one alienating our young people and pushing our society further apart. With a UK government out of touch and so intent in undermining young people's life chances, it is little wonder that Scotland's young people are overwhelmingly putting their faith in the SNP. Please support this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Morgan. And Angus Miller will second the amendment, to be followed by Alec Neil, MSP. Welcome, Angus.
Thank you. Good morning, Conference, and thank you, Derek, for calling me on what is a very important amendment to an equally important resolution. Austerity hits all of Scotland. Cuts to services, support for pensioners, young parents and those on low incomes have seen communities across Scotland and across the country deeply damaged and isolated by austerity. I'm incredibly proud, as I'm sure all of you are, of the SNP's strong anti-austerity stance and its passionate but reasoned argument for modest increases in public spending that we put forward at the last general election. The Scottish Government is doing what it can to mitigate Tory cuts, but the fact is that austerity is systematically undermining the social security net that all of us rely on. One of the most shameful aspects of Tory austerity is the UK Government's concerted attack on young people. A cynical decision to attack an age group which is less likely to vote Tory and less likely to vote at all. With tuition fees in England and cuts to financial support for all age groups in society, especially young people have had one of the biggest burdens that they've borne as a result of the crisis, and they've seen their pay packets suffer the most, with those under the age of 30 seeing the largest fall in earnings of any age group since 2008. How disgraceful, then, that the Tories should seek to exclude under 25s from the new increased minimum pay level, on top of the cuts to housing benefits that they already plan. Conference, this is just the latest line. This is the latest in a long line of attacks on young people. Young people in Scotland overwhelmingly support the SNP, according to the polls, and I know we'll hear a lot this weekend about how we shouldn't put our faith too much in the polls just yet. But it's no wonder why, because we have popular policies like free tuition, more apprenticeships for young people, and the promotion of the real living wage, policies which will genuinely support young people into opportunities and improve their life chances for the future. Our party is one which extends promise, hope, and opportunity to our young people, giving the next generation a hand up instead of kicking them down. The Tories' backwards and regressive attacks on young people can only jeopardise the considerable progress that the Scottish Government has made. And that is why I beg you to support this amendment today. Thank you.
Thank you, Angus. I now call Alec Neil, MSP, the Cabinet Secretary for Social Justice, to be followed by Nathan Sparling. Alec Neil.
Thank you, Derek. Friends, we hear from David Cameron that he calls himself a one-nation Tory. Well, I say to David Cameron, how can you be a one-nation Tory when you're planning to drive hundreds of thousands more children across the UK into poverty? How can you be a one-nation Tory when you're destroying the lives of disabled people by cut after cut after cut? And how can you be a one-nation Tory when you're imposing sanctions against people because they're 5 minutes late for an appointment with a job centre? That's not creating one nation. This is the man who promised not to cut tax credits, and now not only is he cutting them, he's effectively going to abolish them. So I say to David Cameron, how can anyone believe a word you say about social security? The abolition of these tax credits will do enormous damage to the standards of living of the poorest people in our country. And let me say this to him as well. Nobody believes the con about their so-called living wage. It's no more a living wage. It's no more a living wage than a packet of fags. And we will not be conned by it, and we will continue as a party to fight for the real living wage for all our people. Now, we're already in negotiations to take over the social security powers, and let me say, we call it social security, not welfare. Social security. Social security is about dignity and respect. Welfare is a Tory word that demeans the poorest people in our society. Now, we have already started to plan for when we get these additional powers over social security. But let me first of all make the point. Don't be kidded that these are massive powers. We're getting power over 14% of the social security bill in Scotland. I say to the Tories, give us the other 86% and then we'll do something. And there are 3 areas already I'm just going to mention briefly, Derek, before you cut me off and tell me I've named your time. We've already announced we're going to deal with funeral poverty so that our older people don't need to worry about how and when and what the cost is of getting buried. Secondly, we've already abolished, said we will abolish on day one, the 84-day rule, whereby a disabled child in hospital for 84 days or more under the Tories loses his or her disability payment and their carer's allowance. Conference, within the first day of getting these powers, we will abolish that cruel rule about disabled children. And we have already indicated, and Nicola will say more about this tomorrow, we are going to give a fairer deal to our carers. The money they get is equivalent to what a Tory cabinet minister would spend on a good lunch in Soho. We want a better deal for the carers of Scotland. Let me tell you, that's only the beginning. When we publish a social security bill in the new year, you'll see that we will use these powers to the maximum within the resources available to try to make life better for our people and to give priority, but also dignity and respect to those people who rely on social security to get by. We owe it to our people to do that, and we'll do it.
Thank you, Alec. I will report to conference that Alec only went over his time by 2.5 minutes. However, on this occasion, I will let my golden rule pass because I felt that this issue was so important and to hear from the Cabinet Secretary was so important. I will only be able to call a couple more speakers for this debate, but we'll let it continue, of course. So a first-time speaker at conference, Nathan Sparling.
Thank you, Derek. And I'll keep this quite brief because I think we've heard some brilliant contributions already. But what I want to do is build on Ailey's comments on the effects that the welfare reform and work bill will have on children. Because at the end of the day, it's clear that this bill is it's clear that austerity isn't working and it's doing little more than hitting children the hardest. I don't believe it's right that we should punish children, but the Welfare Reform and Work Bill will plunge an extra 1 million children into poverty across the UK. I've been extremely proud to watch Hannah Bardell and Corey Wilson consistently oppose the Welfare Reform and Work Bill in committee at every single stage, whilst our Labour Party colleagues have been consistent in reshuffling and changing their position on a daily basis. And that's so important because the provisions in this bill are nothing but a plan by the Tory government dreamt up to socially engineer a society where children are for the rich and for a luxury for the rich. That's not the society that I want to live in. Hardworking families shouldn't be made to pay for financial choices of having a child. I mean, who in this room could say, hand on heart, that they will be financially secure for 18 years after having a child? It's simply not possible. We must protect children and hardworking families, and Conference, the reality is the Scottish Government are doing just that, with £300 million to mitigate the effects of this bill and other welfare reforms. But our job isn't to mitigate, it's to govern. And I just want to ask the UK Government, what are they scared of by devolving welfare powers to the Scottish Parliament? Are they scared that we'll provide a society that people actually want to live in, where hard-working families and children have the support they deserve? Thank you, Conference.
Thank you. Can I now call Neil Gray MP to speak in favour of the resolution, to be followed by Ian Blackford MP. Now, Neil, as well as being a new MP, is also a first-time speaker at Conference.
Thanks very much indeed, Derek. Good morning, friends. I am ashamed to say that as a proud party member for over 7 years, that this is the first time I've been able to contribute to Conference. I was just waiting for the biggest ever SNP conference to make my debut. I have to say, as pleased as I am to be here, I'm less pleased about the fact that we have to debate this motion before us today. As Ailey and Kevin and Alec and all others so eloquently said, these social security reforms are going to cause untold misery, desperation and deprivation to our citizens. And they're not reforms. Reforms happen when you expect something better to happen. These are ideological and fundamentally unavoidable cuts. And I want to touch briefly on another aspect of the tax credits cuts that Ailey and Alec discussed. And it's to do with the new 2 children rule, where families will only receive tax credits for the first two children in their household. A form of social engineering in my book. Kinship carers who have rescued children from their family from incredibly difficult situations. The work they do for our society should be lauded. But I was at an event at Westminster for kinship carers this week, and one lady told me about how she had taken 4 of her grandchildren, 2 sets of cousins, due to substance misuse and the ultimate death of their parents and her children. As she is now responsible for 4 children and is in receipt of tax credits, she will now be punished by this government under the new 2 children rule. That is morally and socially reprehensible. Now, we contrast that with the work that Alec and his team are doing in the Scottish Government, and who recently announced that kinship carers will have their allowance uprated to that to match the foster care allowance. And we see a government with a social conscience. We must oppose these disgraceful cuts at every turn and return all social security powers rather than just the bits and pieces we are getting to Holyrood as soon as possible. I'd far rather, especially on the evidence of his speech earlier, I'd far rather have Alex Neil presiding over the social security decisions affecting our citizens than Ian Duncan Smith every day of the week. Thank you very much indeed, Conference. Please support the motion and the amendment.
Thank you, Neil. Thank you, Neil. And our final speaker will be Ian Blackford MP, who's a member of the Social Justice team at Westminster. Welcome, Ian.
Thank you, Derek. Good morning, fellow delegates, friends. You know, just a few days before the budget, Ian Duncan Smith came into the chamber of the House of Commons, and he told us that the Tories were going to redefine child poverty. We understood when George Osborne stood up at the budget just exactly why the Tories wanted to redefine poverty, because hundreds of thousands of children in our country are going to be pushed into poverty as a consequence to the tax credit cuts. Conference, I felt that I'd gone back to the Thatcher era. We could remember just exactly what the Tories did when they tried to redefine unemployment. They're doing just exactly the same again, because quite simply, the figures are something which are not attractive to any of us in this country. Now, we in Westminster are fighting these proposals with every breath in our body. And I have to tell you that we had the opportunity, 4 of us from the SNP parliamentary group, to speak in a debate on welfare in Westminster Hall on Wednesday. That's 4 out of 10 speakers. It shows you how we're punching above our weight. But isn't it a disgrace that in that chamber there was one and only one Tory, which was the minister that was responding, that was in the debate? That's the contempt that the Conservative government have for working people in this country. And when you consider that on the 15th of September, they had a device called a statutory instrument to push through those changes, we were afforded 90 minutes of debate to put through these billions of cuts that are going to affect people in Scotland over the next few years. I say to the Conservative government, give us a full day of government's time so we can hold you to account properly and demonstrate what you're doing is wrong. Let me take one example of what will happen to a family with a single earner working 35 hours a week on the minimum wage. They currently take home in total about £20,000. But as a consequence of the changes to tax credits, they will lose £1,525 of their net income next year. That's the effect on families up and down this country of the Tories' reforms. David Cameron tells us that he wants a war on poverty. It's not a war on poverty we're getting from the Conservative government, it's a war against the poor. That's why, Conference, we must demand that the Scottish Parliament gets powers over welfare, as has been said, to protect our people. But ultimately, if we want to deliver a prosperous and a socially just Scotland, we need the powers of independence. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ian. There are no cards in against. Can I ask, and I assume Ailey will waive the right to sum up. Thank you. Conference, is this resolution passed by acclaim? It is. Thank you. We now turn to Resolution 14 on the moratorium on fracking, to be moved by Anne Dana and seconded by Ian Black.
Good morning, Conference. Our branch commends the Scottish Government for extending the moratorium on fracking to include underground coal gasification and unconventional gas extraction. We welcome this, knowing that it gives the Scottish Government time to look at all the evidence and opinions surrounding these issues. Conference, the powers to award onshore unconventional licences are being devolved to the Scottish ministers. Powers to award operators exclusive rights to exploit coal resources for UCG rests with the UK Government Coal Authority, and there are no proposals to devolve these to Scotland. As a result, the moratorium on UCG will be implemented at Scottish Planning Authority level. Yet another instance why we need independence and all the powers over our natural resources to reside with the Scottish Government and the people. Now, UCG, UGE, CBM are all initials bandied about, but what do they mean? Shale gas is a form of gas trapped inside shale rock while coal bed methane is trapped inside coal seams. They are known as unconventional because of the techniques used to extract the gas. UCG, underground coal gasification, is a process that converts the coal into fuel. Pairs of wells are dug to access the seams, one to partially ignite the coal using oxygen or steam, and the second to extract the resulting gases. At the surface, these gases are separated into carbon dioxide, water, and syngas. But 35% of the gas produced is carbon dioxide, which can't be released into the environment. Where does it go? How do you store it? Scotland's coal seams are heavily faulted and have been mined for decades, which increases the potential for groundwater contamination, leaks and subsidence. Pouring toxic chemicals into the earth and exploding them under pressure sounds risky to anyone, and you should see the faces of miners when we explain this process. They understand the dangers of uncontrolled explosions and the impossibility of predicting them. This is a dangerous business. The industry and its supporters claim that regulations will be tougher in the UK, but the United Nations Environment Programme has concluded that unconventional gas extraction may result in unavoidable environmental impacts, even if gas is extracted properly. In recent trials of UCG, they've been dogged by serious incidents of groundwater contamination, air pollution, as well as explosions. That is why communities surrounding the Forth and the Solway, where there are currently 6 UCG licences, are so concerned. Analysis of 350 chemicals known to be used in drilling and fracking shows a quarter could cause cancer, and up to half can affect the nervous and immune system. These chemicals have to be transported to sites and stored for use, and once they are used, only about 40% of chemicals are recovered. Evidence is mounting from all over the world, from stillbirths in Utah to earthquakes in Spain, to such an extent that many states and countries have announced a complete ban on these processes. Do we want an industry that puts at risk some of the country's chief assets? Its wonderful clean water, which the production of whisky and food depends on, its breathtaking physical beauty, and the tourism that attracts. Some of the myths that you will hear peddled in support of fracking or UCG are keeping the lights on, creating jobs, boosting the economy. Shale gas will not help a looming energy gap. Even if the industry were to press ahead, there would be no significant UK production until the next decade, and any new industry will create jobs. But experience from other countries shows that most industry jobs are short-term. Just finally, our government has shown courage and imagination in setting climate targets on carbon emissions, and banning GM and saying no to nuclear weapons. It seems retrograde to countenance UCG, and let me make it clear that Scotland at every level is not for shale. Please support the motion.
Thank you, Anne. And Ian Black will second the resolution, to be followed by John Page, who will move the remit back. So, Ian Black. And Ian's a first-time speaker at conference.
Thank you very much. Conference, I might be a first-time speaker, but I'm an experienced public speaker, having 20 years' experience as an academic in the field of sustainable development. The trouble is you're making me all feel very nervous, because when I normally lecture, nobody pays attention. So if you could just get on your iPhone, start on Facebook, that would help. One of the things that we will hear from INEOS is that they would like to have a science-based debate. They would like to talk about the evidence. And we welcome that because we believe that the evidence and the science absolutely and overwhelmingly supports a ban. There is, of course, science, and then there's independent science. There's science, and then there's the science that's paid for by big business through research grants. I'm going to tell you a little bit of a story later on about the science that INEOS are relying on. But the science of climate change is clear. We have too many hydrocarbons and we can't burn them if we want to control climate change, if we want to control global warming. We have too many in the ground. So for Scotland, that almost makes the choice. If we frack, what do we not exploit? Do we not exploit North Sea gas? The choice is ours. When it comes down to the local environment, the science is quite clear. Fracking, or hydraulic fracturing, has to damage the earth. It's the process by which it works. The science of that is clear. The science that of the endocrine disruptors, the science that benzene is a grade 1 carcinogen, and they use that when they're pumping in hundreds of thousands of gallons of water. We know what happens. We know this is dangerous. We don't need new test wells in Scotland to tell us this. The SNP is about healthy communities. You can't have healthy communities if you destroy the land, if you destroy the air, and you destroy the water that we drink. There are too many unanswered questions. There are too many figures out there at the moment about cancer rates, about childhood defects and birth defects. The science is clear on these things. We do not need fracking. So let me... Oh, go on then. Go on. Give me a...
Too much your time.
Let me just tell you very quickly about INEOS's science. In an op-ed on Wednesday in the Herald, they tried to destroy the credibility of a film called Gaslands, and they said that Forbes magazine had roundly discredited this. So I put on my best Rev Stuart Campbell hat, went along and did a little bit of digging. So guess who wrote the article in Forbes? It was a well-known climate change denier who denies the very link between CO2 and climate change. That's the level of their science. That's utterly unacceptable. When they say that fracking is safe...
Sorry, Ian. I have to say that I have to ask people to stick to time or I won't be able to call other people. And to have a debate, I need as many speakers as possible. Can I ask you to make a final comment then? A final comment?
Final comment.
But you've gone over time.
Okay, sorry about that. The SNP used to have the slogan, "It's Scotland's oil." We've moved on as a party now, and it's Scotland's land, it's Scotland's air, it's Scotland's water, and it's Scotland's communities.
Okay. Thank you, Ian. That's you. That's you. Thank you. Okay. Okay, can we turn to the Remit back, which will be moved by John Page, and can I have a formal seconder of the Remit back? Yes, there's a seconder, so the Remit back can be heard. John, just before you do, can I pass the chair to Susan Aitken, who will chair the rest of this session? The reason I would like speakers to keep to time is it means we won't be able to call other speakers, and I want to be able to have as many speakers called as possible. So will all speakers please keep to time, and I pass the chair to Susan Aitken and John Page, if you could move the Remit back.
Okay. Good morning, conference. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak. I'm a new member of the SNP. I come from the Isle of Arran. I'm somewhat at a loss because the two previous speakers were completely against fracking. as I am and the overwhelming majority of members on the Isle of Arran. What I would invite conference and members here to do is to reflect on two things. Can you please look at the wording of this motion, which seems somewhat askance to the comments of the two previous speakers. Members in the Isle of Arran were profoundly disappointed at this motion because it just states the obvious. It doesn't add to the current debate. It doesn't ask for a permanent ban on fracking. I was going to speak about the dangers from fracking, the prejudice to our water and the good efforts that the SNP government have made on the food and drinks industry. But what I will focus on is on the political threat from this topic. We were asked yesterday by Nicola to go out and work hard to get into a situation so that we can have another referendum. Independence is the big prize we all want. I would ask you, please, to remit this motion because it's not good enough. In the discussions that we will have with our colleagues, our neighbours and our friends about independence, there is a real threat that this inadequate motion, which doesn't ban fracking, leads to a possibility that fracking will be introduced without the endorsement of this audience, and that will be profoundly prejudicial to our ability to garner and steward and lead the wider independence movement to get the big prize we all want. So very briefly, I don't disagree with the sentiments of the two previous speakers. I'm unhappy with this motion. I suggest this motion is remitted and that the SNP comes back and more widely reflects its membership and the wider community in its opposition to fracking.
Can I call Callum McCaig MP to speak in favour of the motion? And he'll be followed by Tony McCandless to speak in favour of the remit back. Callum McCaig. Callum's our Westminster spokesperson on energy and climate change.
Good morning, Conference. I am speaking in favour of the motion. I think the speakers touched upon a number of the reasons why the moratorium is fundamental. It's unusual when you have a debate on something as heated as this, when both sides of the debate are confident that the science will prove them right. And that's what we have in this debate. And we have heard some of the reasons why that may be. But what I would like to see is a full analysis of the whole remit of this contentious issue being done from a source that I can trust. And Conference, it will perhaps come as no surprise to you that I trust our government to do this and to do it correctly. Contrast where we are in Scotland with what we are having in England, and I think it is remarkable. Now, in terms of this, it is not just about safety. It is about how this fits in with the wider energy supply. It is how it fits in with our environment. We should not be ashamed of looking at this, of going through this in minute detail to make sure that we come out with the right decision. And I think that is hugely important. Now, the first speaker touched upon how the difference between shale and underground coal gasification is to do with where the power rests. Now, I would like to say that I think the power to decide over the licensing and fiscal regime for UCG should be exactly the same as shale in terms of where it's decided. We should not leave that to the decision of Westminster. Colleagues and Conference, myself and my colleagues down at Westminster will seek to amend the legislation going through the House of Commons to ensure that we have the opportunity to decide upon UCG in the same way as we do fracking. That will allow a decision upon this to be made in Scotland. Now, evidence is key to this, and the evidence gathering process will come. It will come through the Scottish Government, and that will allow us to make the decision on this. Now, what that decision will be, I do not know. I personally am ambivalent about this. We frack in the North Sea, and it is there. But what we do need to know, and that was probably the key for me from the second speaker, was if we do frack, what do we not do instead? And that is fundamental. I do not want to see the North Sea undermined in any way, shape or form. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Tony McCandless to speak in favour of the remit back, to be followed by Tommy Shepherd MP. And Tony is a first-time speaker at conference.
Good morning, conference. I'm also one of the post-referendum new members of the SNP, and very much delighted to be part of a party that states it is stronger for Scotland. Part of that is that this party is more democratic, and it needs to continue to be so. On Sunday this week, over 2,000 people linked hands across the Forth. That was a clear democratic a statement of intent from communities that are likely to be impacted by fracking. The following Monday, I'm proud to say that my branch brought Ineos, Stuart Hazeldine and Andrew Waterston into the room to have a debate about fracking. Ineos and Stuart Hazeldine did nothing to actually reassure a single person in that room. And I urge you to go and listen to Andrew Waterston, who has facts. And what we are looking for in remitting this is for the Scottish Government to make a stronger recommendation to ban fracking, not to have a moratorium. We appreciate full well that the Government can only do what it can do with the powers it has, and therefore it needs to have the right to licence both fracking and UCG. That has to come as part of any settlement. But the resolution as it stands is not strong enough, and it has been exploited by the people that claimed to be our partners in the run-up to the referendum in the Green Party. I am sick to death of Green Party members telling me that the SNP supports fracking. It does not, its membership does not, and our communities do not. And as a final point, to try and keep to time, Jim Ratcliffe, I have a message for you. 1,400 jobs at Grangemouth will not be held hostage to you blowing our country to pieces. Thank you very much.
Tommy Shepherd MP. Tommy Shepherd MP to speak in favour of the motion, to be followed by Ben McPherson.
Good morning, conference. I speak in favour of the motion, and I want to start by saying that I think we should applaud and congratulate our Scottish ministers and the Scottish Government in the way that they have approached this debate. It is in sharp distinction to the way in which the Tories at Westminster have done so. At Westminster, David Cameron and others are gung-ho to go ahead with fracking, irrespective of the scientific, environmental or climate change consequences that may be there. And our government, in response to the legitimate public concern, has pressed the pause button and said we are going to take all the time that we require to look at all of the evidence and come to a considered view on the matter. And I have got no difficulty with that position, because I believe, having looked at the evidence myself, that the only logical conclusion we can come to is that fracking and UCG should have no part in a balanced energy policy for the future. But we need to be clear, conference. We need to give our government the opportunity to take this position and come to a view in a considered way, because there is big money and very powerful interests in this debate. And if we do not get the decision absolutely correct and beyond challenge, then they will do everything they can to frustrate it. And I don't want to see that happen. But conference, this is the annual conference of the Scottish National Party, not the annual conference of the Scottish Government. And it is right and proper that this party continues its debate alongside the review that the government is taking place. So I would say to you, this is not the end of the matter, and I respect some of the points that have been made by those wishing to remit back. This is the beginning of our discussion in this matter as a party, and we need to continue it with vigour and lead the community concerns. And the overall situation is this, that even if the scientific and environmental concerns can be answered, we have a bigger problem. When I first came to this city in 1977 to university, it was at the beginning of the Black Gold Rush. It was Klondike Town, and people believed then that by now we would have run out of conventional oil and gas. That hasn't happened. It isn't going to happen because new technologies are available to extend the oil and gas reserves on our planet beyond our lifetimes now. But we have a new paradigm. The need to change to renewable sources of energy is not because the oil and gas are running out. It is because the planet cannot afford to take it out of the ground and burn it. That is the truth of the matter. So, that's my time, conference. I urge you to support the resolution. Thank you.
Ben McPherson to speak in favour of the resolution, to be followed by Rob Munn. Ben McPherson is also our candidate for the Holyrood elections for the Edinburgh, Northern and Leith constituency.
Thank you, Susan. Thank you, conference. Like many of you, I travelled up the East Coast to come to this great city of Aberdeen for our biggest conference. And as I went over the Firth of Forth on the train, I was moved, as I always am, by the beauty of the landscape and all the childhood memories that come back and the sheer wonder of that environment. And that is why I, like many of you and like our party, have scepticism about the value of any use of fracking or unconventional coal gasification within that part of Scotland or indeed elsewhere. And that is why the empathy in this room behind the concerns that have been expressed today and the concerns that we hear in the communities across Scotland, and particularly in the area of the Forth, resonate with us. And that is why I'm very proud that our Scottish Government has implemented these two moratoriums which have stopped fracking and unconventional coal gasification in Scotland at this time, and we should pay tribute to them. And under those moratoriums, there will be scientific analysis, there will be environmental considerations evaluated, and there will be a full public health assessment, geological examination, and quite rightly so. And also there will be a full public consultation. And that is why we must pay tribute, in my view, to local community campaigns like Our Forth, and also to SNP branches, including many of yours, and particularly Leith for bringing this resolution, for raising awareness of the concerns about these technologies within our communities, because to have a full public consultation, the public needs to be informed of both sides of the argument. We are united around the moratorium process. That is clear today and will be clear tomorrow. But that does not prevent us from having thoughts on the reservations and views that are concerned about the effect of these technologies and what these technologies have involved and created elsewhere. And based on that, it is clear that on principle and on the balance of evidence, why many of us believe, based on that evidence from how these technologies have been used elsewhere, that these technologies seem environmentally irresponsible, unnecessarily reckless, potentially dangerous, and a distraction from our renewable ambitions. Under the scrutiny of the moratorium processes, I have strong faith that our decision will be a responsible one, and I believe in our Scottish Government to carry through that responsible decision. because the old story of a fast buck isn't part of the SNP story.
Could you move to finish, Ben?
And doesn't deserve a chapter in the history of 21st century Scotland. Please support the resolution. Thank you.
Thank you, Conference. We do have a lot of cards in for this debate, understandably, but we've also got a lot of cards in for the next resolution as well. So our next speaker is going to be the last speaker in the debate before we move to the summing up. I think you'll agree that we've heard some very strong speeches and had a good debate. So we'll move to the summing up. So if the movers of the remit back and the resolution could be ready to sum up after Rob Munn, who will speak in favour of the resolution.
Thank you. Conference, we've heard eloquent and informed contributions making the scientific and environmental case against unconventional gas extraction in its various guises: fracking, coal bed methane, and underground coal gasification. It is also possible to hear the case for such means of exploitation of fossil fuels because representatives of firms involved in that are present at conference. However, Conference, we need to consider why we are being asked by these companies to consider technologies, in their words, to keep the lights on. We have also to ask why, an untested in this country at least, technology is being pursued with haste and zest by the UK Tory government. The answer to both these questions, Conference, lies in ideology and dependence. It is the ideology of fossil fuels based on the needs of the petrochemical industry and its addiction to these fossil fuels. It is a dependence on what that industry knows and depends on for its very existence. Rather than go through the transition to renewables, that makes sense in terms of sustainability and meeting climate change targets. It is like there's one last hit for the junkie of the polluting behemoths of the fossil fuel industry. The ideology of the UK Tory government, since they were elected in May, has seen an assault on renewables that is astonishing, as it is short-sighted. Conference, we know that Scotland, and indeed the UK, can be and would be world leaders in renewable technology. Instead, we've seen the abrupt withdrawal of subsidies, which has seen companies fail and markets collapse, with the loss of jobs. It has been almost gleeful on the part of the Tories. They are throwing away developing technologies that could and should be keeping the lights on far into the future and weaning us off fossil fuels for the benefit of the planet and future generations. Make no mistake, Conference, when we are talking about once-in-a-generation opportunities, we should be tagging that to renewables, not more ways to squeeze fossil fuels out of this planet. If Scotland, the UK and the world are to seriously tackle climate change, then the fuels of the future must come from renewable sources. The Scottish Government are to be commended for their moratorium on fracking and last week their announcement of a new moratorium on underground coal gasification. The Government in Scotland is responding to the concerns of its citizens and communities. Support the moratoriums and support the resolution. Thank you.
Okay. I'm going to call John Page to sum up for the remit back.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Thank you. I'll be brief. We heard from some elected officials who said that they had to contrast the situation between the Tories' dash for fracked gas, etc. I really don't think that that ties in with the sentiment here. We are so much better than that. We're in a different place from the Tories who want to pursue their neoliberal agendas by ripping up the whole earth for the benefit of a few multinationals. That's not the issue here. And I think the other issue is the implication was that by asking for this motion to be remitted back, I wasn't trusting the Scottish Government. That's not the case. Rather, I would frame it in saying, I would rather trust the membership of the Scottish National Party. All of the sentiments you heard here were against fracking for economic, for environmental and for political reasons. I would urge you, please, to remit this, to bring back something better that ensures that there will be no question of INEOS influencing this debate against the wishes of the membership of the SNP and the wider community in Scotland.
Thank you. And Anna to sum up for the resolution.
Conference, Leith Branch did submit a motion that says we asked for a complete ban, and that was changed by SOAC. And there was many amendments in calling for complete bans, and none of them, the amendments to our resolution and other resolutions, none of them got taken. But our resolution got taken, and this is what's in front of you now. I have a great deal of sympathy with wanting to remit it back, but what I don't want is it kicked into the long grass. And if other branches and other CAs want to submit another motion at another time, spring conference, then you can do it. That is still possible. But what you have in front of you is our motion as it stands. And all we're asking you to do is support this, because in this you're seen to support the Scottish Government. And of course we trust the membership, and of course we trust everybody here to make up their own opinion. But at the moment, the Scottish Government is not the SNP. They have to look at all the facts, they have to weigh them all up. And all we are asking you to do is lend your elbow to their aid. We're saying support the motion, support the Scottish Government, have trust that they will look at everything so that they will be legally right when they make the decision that they do. And that's all that we're asking by this motion. Please support it.
OK, Conference, we'll now move to the vote. First of all, I'm going to ask to see cards in favour of the remit back. OK, can I see those opposed to the remit back? OK, Conference, I think we're going to go to a card count on that one. So if you can just bear with us a moment, and we'll get the stewards. Could the YSI FSN members who were helping yesterday please come to the front of the stage? And nobody should be leaving the hall at this point. If everyone can just stay seated. Just to repeat, no one should be leaving or entering the hall at this point. So don't be texting folk getting them to come in. There, yeah. that'll be one bit, yeah. So, would I have that?
Let's see what can start.
Okay.
We don't need to suspend it for a bit.
Ready? OK, conference, we're ready to take that card vote. Can I remind you that it's only delegates who are entitled to vote. So if you're here as a member visitor or as an observer or in any other capacity, you're not entitled to vote. Only members are entitled to vote. Only delegates are entitled to vote, sorry. So can I ask you again, those in favour of the remit back, to raise your cards and to keep them raised so that the stewards and the helpers can get them counted. You can just keep your cards raised, delegates. I know your arm gets tired, but it's the price of democracy. Okay, folks, thank you for your patience. You can put your hands down now. Okay, can I now see cards raised in opposition to the remit back? I know, it's very, very seldom indeed. We're getting there, we are definitely improving. We're definitely improving, there's no doubt about it. The fact that our assistant national secretary has been in for a while. Okay, folks, you can put your arms down now. Thank you. We'll be able to give you that result in just a moment. Okay, conference, the result of that vote is in favour of the remit back, 427. No. In favour of the remit back, 427. Opposed to the remit back, 550. So therefore, the remit back is defeated. So you got a wee bit carried away there. Thank you for that, conference. Thank you for the good conduct of that vote. We'll now move to vote on the resolution itself. There's no amendment. We'll move to vote on the resolution itself. Can I see cards in favour of the resolution? Can I see those opposed to the resolution? That's overwhelmingly carried. Thank you very much, conference. We'll just start now. Okay, thank you very much, conference. If we could settle down and move quickly on to resolution 15. We have a lot of cards in for this as well. There's a lot of interest in this debate. Can I call, first of all, Aileen MacLeod, MSP, to move, with Marco Biaggi, MSP, to second.
Conference, this morning's motion focuses on two radical pieces of legislation that have been introduced by the SNP government that will fundamentally change the relationship between the people of Scotland and the land that we live on, work on and depend on. Now, both the Community Empowerment Act and the Land Reform Bill, they share the common objective of making it easier for our communities to take ownership and control of the land on which their livelihoods now and in the future depend. Conference, this motion speaks to the major steps that we are taking to the Community Empowerment Act and the Land Reform Bill to increasing fairness and social justice across our society. And while I want to speak particularly about the Land Reform Bill, which is currently passing through the Scottish Parliament and for which I have the privilege of leading on behalf of the Government, along with the Cabinet Secretary, Richard Lochhead. So let me highlight a few of the major changes that will occur under that legislation. It will encourage and support responsible and diverse land ownership, increase transparency of land ownership in Scotland, ensure our communities have a say in how land in their area is used, and it will address the issues of fairness, social justice and equality that are connected to the ownership of, access to and use of our land in Scotland. Conference, the Land Reform Bill is a significant step forward in ensuring that our land is owned and used in the public benefit and the public interest and for the benefit of the people of Scotland. And crucially, it puts sustainable development of communities and community engagement right at the heart of our land reform and the community right to buy. Underpinning that bill is an ambition to fundamentally change the framework of legal and social rights and responsibilities that determine how our land is used and governed. It is about embedding the principles of social justice and equality at the heart of every debate and decision about how our land is used. And it's about creating the opportunity, both as a matter of law and with financial support from the Scottish Government, for individuals and communities to buy land where this is the only way of protecting their interests where landowners are failing in their duty to work with communities and individuals in the wider social interest. So under this SNP government, Land in Scotland Conference, it will become an asset for all of our communities and citizens, not just for the very few. Conference, in introducing this bill, we as a government paid close attention to the conclusions of the Land Reform Review Group, and we adopted many of the recommendations. We are also taking forward others through further work across the government, and that includes in relation to housing. But a core recommendation that we have introduced in the bill is establishing a permanent Scottish Land Commission, which is responsible not only for overseeing the implementation of this bill and ensuring compliance with its provisions, but crucially, it is also charged with developing the case for future land reform legislation where the evidence shows that this is clearly needed. But we aren't just legislating. We are also providing support to help more communities realise their ambitions of owning their land. And the Scottish Land Fund has enabled an average of one community to take land and buildings into community ownership each month since 2012. And that fund has been extended and increased to £10 million each year from April next year through to 2020. And to help us reach our target of 1 million acres of land and community ownership by 2020, we will shortly be publishing a strategy which will help to inform plans for having a dedicated support service for the community ownership of land across Scotland. And dovetailing into that is the announcement that I made earlier this week, awarding Community Land Scotland £175,000 over the next 3 years to promote community ownership across the whole of Scotland. Now, Conference, I know that many of you want to see the Land Reform Bill strengthened further. And what I can say is that my SNP colleagues on the Rural Affairs Committee that is leading the Scottish Parliament's scrutiny of the bill are doing a sterling job. And I've been following all their evidence sessions extremely closely. I'm looking forward to receiving the committee's Stage 1 report, but I give you my reassurance that we are listening and that we will of course consider all the amendments that come forward that will strengthen this bill. Conference, we need to move away from the previous stop-and-start nature of this debate, and we know that we need to be delivering real and lasting change to ensure that people, the length and breadth of urban and rural Scotland, can reap the benefits of the land in and around their communities. This bill, Conference, is not an end in itself. It is ambitious, and it is an important next step in our ambitious ongoing programme of land reform in Scotland. I ask you to please support this motion.
Thank you, Eileen. Can I ask, we do have a lot of cards and there's a lot of interest in this debate as well. We'll call as many speakers as we can in the time we have available. Can I ask all speakers to please keep to time so we can get as many people in as we can and move on to some very interesting stuff in the agenda later on. I won't hesitate to use Derek's magic button if I have to. But obviously I'd prefer not to. So Marco Biaggi, MSP, to second, to be followed by Nicky Loudon-McCrimmon to move the remit back.
Well, in fear of Susan's magic button as it is now, I will be brief and to the point. 3 points. Firstly, the Community Empowerment Act, backed by £10 million of new resource, is a Community Empowerment Act. It's about communities. Another government a few hundred miles to the south that shall be nameless in this discussion uses the term community to try and open doors to organisations and companies that are very far from that description. Our Act gives communities the chance to recognise the problems that they have, to find solutions on their own terms that are community-led, community-driven, community-owned. It is also not about blocking, as elsewhere, but about ensuring that where communities have these ideas, they have space to operate, they have support, and they can be taken forward, whether that is from a community council, a community trust, a residents' association, or even a pensioners' lunch club that has some important opinions about local parking. That is the strength of this Act, that it gives communities their say and that it applies not just to local authorities, but right across the public sector. Secondly, we intend to use the Community Empowerment Act to promote and indeed require new methods of community participation. One that I would highlight is participatory budgeting. Instead of the great and the good gathering and dispersing funding decisions at the community level, the great and the good facilitate the community to come in. This is a technique that began in the democratic innovations in Latin America and has spread to Europe and throughout the developed world. I've seen the effect it can have in bringing a community together, in challenging cynicism, in re-empowering people, but also in letting them see just all the things that are going on around them. South of the border, there is a council that has mainstreamed this and can ensure that when they open the doors to this decision-making, they will have 1,000 people show up. Conference in post-IndyRef Scotland, where a desire to participate is at an all-time high. I think we can show them how it's done. But thirdly, the Community Empowerment Act is an important step, but it is not the last step. It is not the last step in ensuring that the alienation that Jimmy Reid spoke about, or the lack of sense of control of your own future that Harry Burns today speaks about, is addressed. Particularly at the community level, we need to work harder. We need to come forward with more solutions. But I simply urge Conference to accept this resolution in recognition of what has been done. And if you're interested in what else may follow, can I recommend the Electoral Reform Society Fringe meeting at 12:30 in the Balmoral Suite, at which I will be speaking. Thank you.
Nicky Loudon-McCrimmon is ready to move the remit back. Can I see a formal seconder for the remit back? Is there a formal seconder? OK, we've got a seconder. Nicky Loudon-McCrimmon to be followed by Graham McCormick to speak against the motion.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much, Conference. Conference, I'm asking that we remit this motion back. This motion talks about a road to radical land reform. And I don't think, as a party, we can say we're being as radical as we can be, as we should be, and as we have the powers to be right now on land reform. I did actually debate long and hard in my own mind whether I would just come and speak to support this motion and put in my two penneth worth about land reform, because I do support a lot of what's in the motion. I commend the Minister on the Scottish Government on bringing land reform to the table. I commend the Minister and the Scottish Government on bringing the Land Reform Bill and the Community Empowerment Act, which are progressive acts which will have a genuine positive impact on communities the length and breadth of Scotland. However, I cannot support the motion wholly, as I and many other grassroots members of the SNP believe that our vision for land reform is not radical enough, and that we've not had an opportunity to debate that as a party and think, where are we going to go with land reform? Does radical land reform leave 750,000, 750,000 acres of Scotland in the hands of unaccountable, nameless corporations based in tax havens across the globe? No, it doesn't, and we have the power to change that now. Does radical land reform leave tenant farmers with no right to buy, no security of tenure, farmers who have invested in that land, worked that land for generations, who have kids in the local schools, who contribute to local economies, being told, your tenancy's up, go and find somewhere else to live, work, raise a family? No, it doesn't, and we have the power to change that now. And why is radical land reform important to the SNP? It's more than good governance. It goes to the very heart of what being a member of the SNP and being a member of the independence movement is about. Scotland's resources should benefit the communities of Scotland. To persuade people, thank you, to persuade people to vote yes tomorrow, We need to use the powers that we have today to create a vision of a better, bolder, more radical nation. Conference, we are the party of government in Scotland today. We will be the party of government in Scotland after May. Nobody else is going to do this. There's going to be no lobbying groups coming and supporting local communities across the country the way that the big landowners have. The power to change land reform in Scotland is within this room, it's within the Scottish National Party, and I urge you, certainly, urge you to remit this motion back so we can have a debate as a party about what land reform means for us and what land reform means for the independence movement. Thank you very much.
Graham McCormick to speak against the resolution, to be followed by Michael Russell, MSP.
Conference, what is the purpose of land reform? If it's to remove some of the land from the folk that we think has got too much, then because we all subscribe to human rights, in order to do that, we've got to pay the going rate. And no one has told me how our public purse will actually afford to do that. The 45,000 acres beyond my house is owned by Luss Estates. And Luss Estates arranged for Page & Park architects to create a vision for Luss and Arden for the next 30 years. Our Community Council subscribed to it, our Community Development Trust subscribed to it, the Kirk subscribed to it, and even our local MSP Jackie Bailey subscribed to it. And basically what that was saying was that because Luss and Arden have lost 10% of its population over the last 10 years, despite the fact we're only 40 minutes drive from Glasgow, we needed to get young, vibrant families into our community and build houses for them. But the reason we aren't building the houses is because our planners are the National Park, and the National Park will only allow houses to be built in our area if they're for the tourist industry. So it's not the landowner in this case who's preventing the sustainability of our communities, it's the National Park, and it's high time that we add actually small local councils being in control of their own planning process. So how will this bill help my community? It won't. Tenant farmers, 65% of whom in my area voted SNP at the general election. But I said to them, I said, would you not like to own your own farms? And they said, well, the cost of doing that would be about £1 million. We couldn't afford the capital and we couldn't afford the interest. Where in this bill is helping our tenant farmers own and secure the land for them and the future generations of their families? It doesn't. And Jim McCall is trying to bring shipbuilding on a massive scale back to the lower reaches of the Clyde, and he should be applauded for his efforts. But he's got one big problem, and that is that Peel Ports own Clyde Port, they own Forth Ports, they own Merseyside Ports, and they will not sell the dry dock to him because they are also the major shareholder of Camel Laird Shipbuilders in Merseyside. So that means that basically they are preventing the renaissance of our industry, our shipbuilding industry in the Lower Clyde, for two of the communities in Scotland, two of the most deprived communities in Scotland. So this bill does nothing. So until somebody comes to me and tells how the public purse is actually going to transform this country, then...
I got to use it once anyway. OK, Michael Russell, MSP, to speak in favour of the resolution, to be followed by Colin Torrance.
Convener, fellow delegates, this is a good bill, but it could be a better bill. And the purpose of the work of the Rural Affairs Committee, which I'm a member, is to make it a better bill, and I'm grateful for Aileen in acknowledging that. Aileen and Marco did tremendous work on the Community Empowerment Bill. That bill has allowed communities to purchase assets in a way that would have been unimaginable a decade ago. And we must remember, and perhaps Graham would want to remember this, where community ownership is targeted not just at estates, it's targeted at local authorities and other bodies which are reluctant to give power to the people. And this bill is about giving power to the people. But it could be a better bill. And there's 3 areas in which the bill can be improved. And these are the areas I think you're going to see most debate about in the coming weeks. The first is about empowering individuals and communities. Human rights are not just for landlords. Human rights are for the people who live and work on land. There's a lot of attention paid to the European Convention on Human Rights and the rights of landlords. We should also be paying attention to the UN Convention on Economic, Social and Cultural Rights that has empowered communities throughout the world. Global Witness is an organisation that works with those communities that has given evidence to the Parliament. We now want to make sure that this bill, through its land rights and responsibility statements, empowers every community and gives rights to every community and doesn't reserve those rights just for property. The second area that needs to be strengthened is ownership. Certainly, we need to make sure that tenant farmers can buy their property if they wish to do so. We need to make sure that ownership becomes a reality for communities, and it must be based on transparency. And there is a strong argument to say that no organisation should hide behind a trust in any part of the world. We should know who owns land and what they do with it, and that will be an amendment that will come forward. But finally, we also need to have accountability. Communities need to be consulted. Nobody in Scotland these days should be able to go out and buy vast swathes of land to do with it what they will without a by your leave to any community. That has to stop, and this bill can stop it. Convener, as you know, I like learning from history. The Highland Land League had as its motto, "Is Treas tua na tierna." The people are mightier than a lord. This bill takes that a further step in the 21st century. It's a good bill. Help us to make it a better bill.
Colin Torrance to speak in favour of the Remit back, to be followed by Councillor Gail Ross. And Gail will be the last speaker in this debate before we move to the summing up. And Colin's the first-time speaker at conference.
Yeah, in spite of the fact I joined the SNP around about 1960, it's the first time I've actually managed to come here and talk. Anyway, how long have I got? How long? 2 minutes, right. I'll skip most of it. Basically, our landowners stole the land thanks to David I of Scotland. He introduced the feudal system, which said, nobody owns the land, God owns the land, I am God's appointed, therefore I will look after the land for you. Aren't we grateful? That is the whole point of the feudal system. The land has not been bought by the present landowners. It was stolen, so anyone who bought the land from the people who stole, first of all, are guilty of reset. Still, we're bound by the Human Rights Bill, so OK, let the Scottish Government invent the Scottish Land Pound. You buy the land back from the landowners with a Scottish Land Pound. Now, the Land Pound is the same as the Scottish Pound, except you can only spend the Land Pound in Scotland. So we pay the landowners back their money, and they can spend their money here on our land. Madam Convener, I move the remit back. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for keeping to time. Councillor Gail Ross, and then if Nicky Loudon-McCrimmon could be ready to sum up for the remit back. And Gail is our Holyrood candidate for next year's elections for Caithness, Sutherland and Ross.
Conference, I speak in support of this resolution because, coming from the Highlands, Community empowerment and land reform are two very important issues. They influence people's lives daily across Caithness, Sutherland, Ross-shire and beyond. We face a huge struggle when it comes to reforming land. There are sections of our society who will and are using everything they can to resist. The government and the party must stand firm and have an iron will when it comes to land reform. The opposition will be fierce, but the benefits to communities across the Highlands and across Scotland will be worth it. Now, we've heard previously that the Rural Affairs, Climate Change and Environment Committee is still taking evidence at this stage. The bill is good, but it will be strengthened and it can be better, and I have every faith that it will be. The Community Empowerment Act will ensure that local voices are heard much more than they have been in recent times. People are going to make choices, and the powers that be are going to have to listen, especially in local government. Highland Council covers a landmass the size of Belgium, and I hear many people in the Highlands say, this is not local government. How can decisions made in Inverness be right for people in Wick or Durness or Applecross? Now, when our small communities speak, Inverness will have to listen. I'm excited by the possibilities of this legislation. The SNP wants to see communities flourish. We want to see people having more say in how their services are delivered, how their taxes are spent, and how their land is used. And I'm hopeful at the prospect of communities being able to take over and manage derelict buildings, which at the moment in a lot of our urban areas are eyesores and need to be replaced. But bringing power back to communities is going to be a gradual process. It's not going to happen overnight, and we do have to encourage communities to get engaged. The SNP-led administration on the Highland Council introduced the area committee structure in 2012, and I'm proud to be a member of a party that seeks to devolve power at a local level. But many people in my constituency see a democratic deficit in local government. We do not see bigger is better as the Lib Dems do. We see the need for smaller, more accountable local authorities. We should never forget that devolving powers to local level is in the SNP DNA. And I'm proud to be part of a party that's saying to our communities, yes, we can. Please support the resolution.
Okay, Nicky Loudon-McCrimmon to sum up for the Remit back, to be followed by Aileen MacLeod MSP to sum up for the resolution. And I should have said when Nicky came up to speak earlier that he's also a first-time speaker at conference.
Okay. Well, I'm now a second-time speaker, so hopefully it feels a bit easier this time.
Good point.
I agree with what Mike Russell says. It is a good bill, and it could be a better bill, and we should be supporting the Scottish Government to make it a better bill. And the way we can do that is by remitting this motion back and saying, as members of the Scottish National Party, we are not happy to sign up to what we have today and call that radical land reform. When you have radical land reform in the bill, then we'll sign up to it, then we'll endorse it. The First Minister spoke yesterday about before there's going to be a second referendum on independence, we need to persuade more of our citizens, more of our fellow Scots to come with us on that journey. By doing that, we need to use the powers that we have now to show that a bold, radical Scotland is possible, and only by doing that will we actually ever end up with a yes vote on an independent Scotland. Please send the motion back. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Nicky. Aileen MacLeod MSP, and then we'll move to the vote.
No, you didn't.
No, you didn't move a direct negative. You just spoke against the motion.
Yes.
Conference, I very much welcome all the very strong contributions that have been made in this morning's debate and the passion and commitment with which they have been delivered. And as I said in my opening remarks, I am listening to all the comments and the evidence that has been presented thus far to the Rural Affairs Committee, and I will be giving very careful and close consideration to all the amendments that are brought forward at stage 2, and especially those that have been helpfully suggested by my colleague Michael Russell. The conference, as I said, this bill is not an end in itself, and as a government we are committed to taking forward the recommendations of the Land Reform Review Group. Not all the recommendations require legislative change, and a number of them require further consideration and consultation. So right now, we are working right across government to take forward a lot of that work. We are currently carrying out further consultation on the Land Reform Review Group's 9 recommendations around land assembly, housing and regeneration. On the issue of land value tax, we are of course awaiting the publication of the Commission on Local Tax Reform's report shortly, which also gave consideration to the Land Reform Review Group's recommendation to consider the merits of a land value tax. We are doing more detailed work than has ever been done before in the United Kingdom around a land value tax. And we are also trying to bring as much transparency as possible in as meaningful a way as possible. And lastly, the bill will put an end to the stop-start nature of historic land reform. It is a clear commitment of our long-term and our ongoing commitment to land reform from us as a government to ensure that the consideration of the issues of fairness, equality and social justice connected to the ownership of, access to and use of land in Scotland are given a permanent footing through the creation of a Scottish Land Commission. Conference, this bill is the next stage in our ongoing land reform journey, and standing here before you this morning as Scotland's Land Reform Minister, I want to give you my reassurance that I am listening as to ways that we can strengthen the bill further. And just one last thing, very quickly, before I finish, I just want to say that I was hugely supportive of the Mullagallowy community buyout in my own constituency a few years ago. And a proud moment for me was being with the local community and the Mullagallowy Community Trust at the official handover to mark Scotland's most southerly point being in community ownership. And I always remember speaking with one of our guys in Dromore when I asked him, what does a community buyout actually mean for you? And he said, you know what, Aileen, the best thing about this community buyout is that when I open my curtains in the morning from Dromore and I look across the land of the Mullagallowy and I think, that's our land, that's now our responsibility. Conference, please support this motion.
Thank you, Conference. We've allowed... So you didn't move the direct negative, Graham. You marked your card simply to speak against the motion. If you'd moved the direct negative, you would be entitled to a summing up, but you didn't. You only spoke against the motion, so you don't have an entitlement to sum up. Okay, I'm going to move on. I think we've had a very robust debate, another very robust debate, and a very balanced debate. We've heard speakers from all sides. We've heard speakers from all sides. And if you want to have a discussion with the National Secretary afterwards, he'd be happy to talk through the standing orders with you. We've allowed conference to run on a little bit in time, delegates, because it was clear that there was such a lot of interest in these two debates. But we need to move on now to the vote because we've got another very important session coming up. So can I ask for a show of cards, please, for those in favour of the remit back? And those against? Okay, can we see cards in favour of the remit back again, please? And against? Okay, delegates, this is another tight one, so we're going to have another card vote. Same assistance as previously and same rules apply. No entering or leaving the auditorium from this point. If the stewards and the YSI and FSN volunteers could be ready, I'd be very grateful to you. Okay, are we ready? Okay. Okay, can I have a show of cards again, please, in favour of the remit back? And as before, if you can keep your arms up while the stewards and the counters get the job done. Okay, you can put your hands down. Can I see a show of hands for those against the remit back? interrupt us there, actually. You can put your cards down now, folks. Thank you. Thank you again for your patience, delegates. The result of that vote is 570 in favour of the remit back, 440 against. Therefore, the remit back is carried. Okay, conference, let nobody say that the SNP is scared of debate, because we've made some very important people wait an extra half hour while we debated those very important motions and held those votes and allowed delegates to have a vote. But I'm now very glad to hand over. Those of you who've missed him missed his presence from the stage for the last hour or so will be very pleased to know that Derek Mackay, MSP, is going to come back with his colleague Hamza Yousaf, MSP, and they are going to introduce a bunch of people who've been working incredibly hard for Scotland, and that is the Scottish Government. So can you please put your hands together and give a very warm welcome to Derek, Hamza and the Scottish Government. Thank you.
Well, are we broadcasting? Well, Hamza, we don't mind. Are we on? Can you hear us? We don't mind. You've held up the Scottish Government, but we don't mind, because who says this party doesn't debate?
Hey. So, conference, have you still got that Friday feeling? Come on, give us a cheer. All right, you're still up for it. Good, 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 good. So Derek and I will be your co-hosts for today. We are the SNP's answer to Bert and Ernie, Morecambe and Wise, Ant and Dec, or as some of you very cruelly put it on Twitter, the Chuckle Brothers. That being said, Derek, Twitter can be a very cruel medium. I was on Twitter last night, and can you believe the cheek of one tweeter who said that you and I were all style and no substance? How inaccurate. We don't even have style, to be honest.
No, that's
but anyway,
true. That's true.
This man needs no introduction. Please give it up for my co-host, Derek Mackay, the Minister for Transport and the Islands.
And please welcome Hamza Yousaf, of course, the Minister for Iron Brew and Selfies. Of course, it's Europe and external affairs, but you all knew that anyway.
So, Derek, before we get on to the Cabinet Secretaries, we know that Scotland has a great history of shipbuilding in this country. I know you've been at the forefront of some of that. I think you've got an excellent announcement to make, so over to Derek.
Well, delegates, you're going to hear a number of announcements, and now that our time is curtailed, we won't be able to cover all the achievements of the Scottish Government. But I want to tell you of one that's happening right now. Right now, at Ferguson Shipyard on the Clyde, we are signing the contract for 2 new ferries, and they will receive that award from the Scottish Government. And that will be returning commercial shipbuilding to the River Clyde. Fantastic news.
Well, that's a great announcement to get us underway. Can I invite, without any further ado, my boss, the Cabinet Secretary for Culture and External Affairs, and as she is my boss, can I say how wonderful you're looking today? Please get up for Fiona Hislop. Fiona, your portfolio, Culture and External Affairs, quite a wide berth from the film industry to the small screen, right the way through to what's happening in Ukraine and Russia. Quite a lot to cover. Can you tell us, since you've been at the Cabinet Secretary since 2009, what has been your proudest achievements, some of your record, and what you're looking forward to do in the coming years?
Well, some of the proudest achievements, remember, it was this government that doubled the International Development Fund, and also this government was the first to introduce a climate justice fund. And ladies and gentlemen, delegates, this year, working with our Historic Scotland colleagues, we've managed to achieve a 6th World Heritage Site, with the 4th bridge now a World Heritage Site. And we're working hard on international trade increasing from 20 billion when we came into power to 27 billion. I was in Japan promoting Scottish interests, and only yesterday here in Aberdeen, I was meeting with experts from Nagasaki keen to look at renewable energy, tidal wind, and they came to this city. Experts in oil and gas, yes, but also this country, experts in renewable energy. We're promoting Scotland, we're getting jobs for Scotland, and we're taking the world to a renewable future.
And Fiona, we are a government that delivers. We've got a great record that you've set out. What about for the future? What are you looking to deliver for the future?
Well, for the future, we want to make sure that we're making the case for EU membership, but a positive, reformed Europe that is for the people of Europe and a social Europe. I'll also be campaigning to make sure that Scotland, this country, gets a better deal out of the BBC Charter renewal for this country, better coverage. And finally, looking after our fantastic culture and heritage, I'm able today to announce £245,000 of investment, capital investment for our museums across Scotland. And I can announce today that the Grampian Transport Museum here in Afford will be getting £70,000 thanks to our hard-working Dennis Robertson, North East champion, came to me, wanted funding and for the community to make sure this wonderful resource, cultural tourism for the North East, is celebrated. So congratulations to Grampian Tourist Transport Museum.
Thank you, Fiona.
And now please welcome the Cabinet Secretary for Justice, Michael Matheson. Well, Michael, you work with a lot of people in uniform. I didn't actually mean that the way it came out there. Who are the best people that you meet in terms of your job as Cabinet Secretary?
Derek, now is not the time to go into your uniform fetish. All I can say is that I have the privilege of working with uniformed services, whether it be in the prison service, the fire service, through to Police Scotland. And we should be tremendously proud of the way in which our emergency services deliver on a day-in, day-out basis right across our communities in Scotland, keeping us safe and in making sure we build safer communities. And let me just give you a wee bit of an insight into what they have achieved over recent years. In the last 8 years, we made it very clear building safer communities was absolutely key to how we want to reform our justice system in a way in which people feel and live within Scotland. Over the last 8 years, recorded crime has dropped by 39%. Homicides are down by 50%. Crimes involving violent weapons are down by 67%. That's all been achieved because of the dedication of our policemen and women right across the country working in partnership with local communities, delivering those safer communities. And I'm very proud of the work that they undertake for us on a daily basis, and I'm sure Conference recognises that.
That's fantastic, Michael. And what do you think are the key achievements of the SNP government in terms of justice?
Well, I mentioned the very significant shifts there's been in terms of recorded crime in Scotland over the last 8 years. But the first decision that hit my desk when I became Cabinet Secretary for Justice was a decision on whether we should build a new prison at Inverclyde on the west coast of Scotland. And as a Cabinet Secretary, you have the privilege of making decisions that can have a significant impact on a regular basis. But there are a few of them that come along that allow you to fundamentally change the course of an approach that you're taking in an area of policy. And our decision not to build a new prison at Inverclyde, to take a completely different approach to how we deal with women offenders in Scotland, I think signifies how we as a government are prepared to take forward a bold approach, but an approach that's based on evidence that can fundamentally change the way in which we deal with women within our justice system in Scotland. That's not only good for us here in Scotland, because it's been very clear since we have made that decision that it's drawn international interest in the way in which we are going to change the course in which we work with female offenders. That's a demonstration of the bold and the radical approach that we are prepared to take as a government in the justice system.
Okay, thank you very much. Michael Matheson.
Ladies and gentlemen, keep the applause going for the Cabinet Secretary for Health, Shona Robinson. Before I ask Shona about her very important portfolio, rumour has it, Shona, that you carry a Tunnocks wafer, caramel wafer, in your handbag, quote unquote, in case of emergencies.
Well,
elaborate, please.
Okay, not quite true. It's the private offices of the Cabinet Secretaries now carry a caramel wafer because of a rather sad incident involving Alec Neil. When he was Health Secretary, he was observing a kidney transplant operation, and in the middle of it, it was just a wee bit too much blood for Alec, and he fell to the floor and had to be revived by a Tunnocks caramel wafer. So now they all carry one just in case.
Well, if ever you wanted to know how Scottish Alex Neil was, if ever he faints, just put a whiff of a Tunnocks wafer under him and he'll be revived back to life. Shona, all these activists out here, all these members are dying to get in the doorsteps, are already campaigning. One of the biggest issues that come in the doorstep is the health of the nation. Tell us about some of what you've been doing and what we've achieved as a government in the last 8 years in health.
Well, the health budget now stands at £12 billion. That is a record, and that is delivering some of the lowest waiting times and, of course, employing more staff than ever before, over 10,500 more staff since the SNP came into power in 2007. And I hope you'll join with me in giving a big thank you to all of the 160,000 staff that now work tirelessly for us in the health service in Scotland. But, you know, Hamza, there's some key other things we have done. You know, abolishing prescription charges is probably up there as one of the most important things we have done as a government. Because it was not right that people were having to make choices between which medication they had. You know, there should not be a tax on ill health, and I'm very proud to be part of a government that has sorted that.
Fantastic. Looking forward, one of the things I hear on the doorstep often is people that have issues with the GP. And I know we've been doing a lot of work on that, but I think looking forward, you've got an important announcement on that front.
Yeah, well, we all use mobile devices. You're probably sitting with one, hopefully not on it while we're all speaking, but you know, it is a digital world that we live in now. So I'm very proud to announce that as part of our reforms of primary care, that I can announce today £6 million for digital services. And what that means is we're going to enable patients to book their appointments online. We're going to enable patients to get repeat prescriptions online, and we're going to be testing out whether you can have e-consultations online, because it is a digital world and our NHS needs to be part of that. So very pleased to be able to announce £6 million to take that forward today.
Thank you, Shona.
Okay, please welcome now Angela Constance, Cabinet Secretary for Education and Lifelong Learning. And hang on 1 minute. There's a bit of a shoe thing going on at conference, isn't there? Can the cameras... they're no bad, no bad. Did you see the Bambi shoes that the Cabinet Secretary had? Richard, are they okay in terms of animal welfare issues? Were they okay? Like quite cruel, okay. But welcome.
They are cruel. My Bambi shoes are cruel. You've just got to remember that a woman who can walk in Bambi's head can smash any glass ceiling.
Okay. If I can turn to your softer side now, Angela.
You might be struggling.
There's a softer side.
As a mother, do you think that's helped you in terms of your brief as Cabinet Secretary for Education?
Absolutely. I like to think of myself as the Cabinet Secretary for Wains or Bairns, depending on whether you come from the west or east coast of Scotland. If I had to have one mantra, one bit of philosophy that guides my work day by day, I can distill it as this. Essentially, if it's not good enough for my child, it's not good enough for any child in Scotland. And that's what we... And that's what we all have to have at our core. That's our moral purpose, that we have to inject into public policy, our decisions about legislation, our decisions about the use of resources. We have to have the same hopes, dreams and ambitions for all our children, and particularly Scotland's poorest children and children that are looked after. So we have to inject into public policy our hopes and our determination and our care for our own children to ensure that every child in Scotland and every community gets every chance.
And that passion is appreciated. Can you tell us a bit more about the SNP's achievements in education?
Well, Scotland has a good education system. It's an education system that's getting better, but we're not complacent. We have huge ambitions, particularly in and around closing the attainment gap. And the attainment gap is that gap in attainment between the children from the least and most disadvantaged backgrounds. But we are building on our successes. And if I had to distill our successes into three things, first and foremost, the pioneering work that we are doing in terms of the early years, that massive expansion of early learning and childcare by 45%. We are now up to 600 hours of free early learning and childcare every year, available to all 3- and 4-year-olds and more than a quarter of our most disadvantaged 2-year-olds. And early learning is crucial because it has the potential to be the great equaliser and will set our children up for a fair life and ensure that our children are ready for school. We have other successes in our school system. Our young people are leaving school better qualified than ever before. Our young people never cease to inspire me. They achieved fantastic exam results. In August this year, we've seen hires up by 5%, advanced hires, an increase in advanced hires at 4.5%. And I think crucially because of this government's commitment to opportunities for all, which is a guarantee of a place in education or training for every 16 to 19-year-old who needs one. Despite the recession, despite the economically challenged times that we've faced across the country, More than 9 out of 10 of our school leavers leave school to go into a positive destination, whether that's a job, further or higher education or an apprenticeship. And that conference is a record to be proud of. Our education system is delivering for our young people.
Thanks very much. Angela Constance.
Can I invite Richard Lockhead, Cabinet Secretary for Rural Affairs, to the stage? Now, before you give him your applause, let me just tell you, conference, I have a score to settle with Mr. Lockhead. As many of you know, I've got two loves in life. One is the ginger, and the other one is Celtic Football Club. Yeah, I know. Last season, me and Richard had a bet, of course, in the Celtic-Aberdeen match, which Celtic won last season. And that bet, of course, the winnings of that bet was a chippy at Aberdeen's very famous Ashvale chippy. Now, I have not had this chippy 4 months on, so conference, with your approval and to your acclaim, who thinks that Richard Lockhead should get me that chippy? A few of them. There you go. In front of all the witnesses. Now that that is settled, Richard is actually Europe's longest-serving rural affairs minister. He's seen many come and many go. But what have been the greatest achievements or the biggest achievements of the SNP in the field of rural affairs, food and the environment? Well, speaking in Aberdeen and speaking as a Dons fan,
I heard Aberdeen can't kick a jelly bean or something. No.
I will fulfil my debts, and I'll get you an Ashvale whale, though. And you've got to eat it. And if you do that, you get a free pudding as well, so make sure that happens from the Ashvale chippy in Aberdeen. Speaking about food, I do eat and drink for Scotland, and I'm very lucky to be Scotland's Food and Drink Minister. And one of the big achievements that you should all be proud of is since we took office and formulated Scotland's first ever national food and drink policy, we're now in a situation where that industry is growing at double the average of the food and drink industry from the rest of the UK and broke the £14 billion mark for the first time just 2 weeks ago. So we owe a huge debt to our farmers, our fishermen who work the land, take seafood from our pristine waters, and all the companies out there who add value to that product. And now food and drink exports alone are up by 50% since 2007 as well to the rest of the world. So it's a huge success story, and it's going to go from strength to strength because we're just scratching the surface, and of course it's hugely important for Scotland's economy as well.
Thanks, Richard. We've got a great record on the environment from world-leading climate change legislation, but also recently there's been that terrible scandal involving Volkswagen. I know you've got an idea to try to turn that negative into a positive. Let's hear about it.
Well, we're doing a lot to support Scotland's environment, and that's why it's so disappointing when we find out there's a bunch of con men running Volkswagen and all the damage that we've just heard about in the news, because not only has that company let down their customers, they've also damaged Scotland's environment as well. And what I'm saying to UK government now is that not only should we make sure that the customers of Volkswagen get their justice, but also we should recognise the damage to the environment, and any penalties or fines applied to Volkswagen should be ring-fenced for good causes, good environmental causes, so we can help repair the environmental damage in Scotland and elsewhere.
Thank you, Richard, for that. Thank you very much. OK, now welcome Keith Brown, Cabinet Secretary for Infrastructure, Investment and Cities. So Keith, can you maybe tell us about some of the government's achievements in investment, knowing that we're going to hear from you in a resolution later on as well?
Well, just a short list, I suppose. We can talk about the fact that for the first time in our lifetimes, the A9 has started to be dual, thanks to an SNP government. Many people here will be interested in the A96 between Aberdeen and Inverness. We've just let a massive design contract because that will be dual by 2030. We have, of course, the Forth Road crossing, now the biggest construction project in Scotland, delayed for many years by the opposition parties, now employing around 1,100 people, due to be completed on time and nearly £1 billion below budget. They're also on schedule to complete, we may hear it from Alec Neil, around 30,000 houses. Remember, Labour and Lib Dems built 6 council houses. We're on schedule to build 30,000 houses. We also have built the biggest hospital in Europe, in Glasgow. And the last thing to mention, because we're here in Aberdeen, the Aberdeen Western Peripheral Route, delayed for 50 years by the opposition parties, being delivered by the SNP government.
So Do you have any new announcements for us today, maybe, perchance?
Well, since you asked, Derek, it's funny you should say that, but today, of course, we have the announcement of £170 million of new investment in the railways between Aberdeen and Inverness, which will produce shorter journey times, better rolling stock and a better service for the people in the north east of Scotland.
And finally, Keith, you know, as a former Marine, you're something of an action man within the SNP, and I hear that the Milk Tray are looking for a new action man, actually, but I know that our First Ministers demand a lot of us as ministers. Have you ever had an unreasonable demand from a party leader or First Minister?
Well, there was a certain former First Minister who, when we had that very heavy snowfall in Arran in 2012, you remember our conference was in Inverness, and I was in Inverness, said that as an ex-paratrooper, and he knew exactly what he was doing when he called an ex-Marine an ex-paratrooper, let me tell you. He wanted me to get into one of Richard's planes, fly down to Arran and parachute into the scene of the crime. But Richard Lockhead came to the rescue and said that both of the fisheries protection the fisheries protection planes were being worked on at that time, so it couldn't happen. But it was nice of him to think for me. But one further thing to say to you, Derek, you should be aware of this. The other thing the former First Minister did on a book signing tour in Alloa was I introduced him and I said, this is the First Minister, former First Minister in his book. I said, I get one mention in that. 4 years as Transport Minister, I get one mention. And he came back quick as a flash and said, would you rather have had 1 year as Transport Minister and 4 mentions?
OK, thanks. Keith Brown, thank you very much.
Conference, keep your applause going for the Cabinet Secretary for Social Justice, Alec Neil. Alec, I detected some extra applause there for the fact that Shona Robertson outed you as a complete wuss. Don't worry, I can't watch Casualty without hiding behind the sofa either. But listen, social justice is a huge portfolio, covers many things. Tell us about some of the records of achievements in social justice.
Well, I think there are 3 main achievements. After having a record amount of new houses built in this Parliament, over 30,000 by the time of the election next year, as the First Minister announced, we're going to build 70% more new houses in the new Parliament. Second major achievement, through our welfare fund, this SNP government has ensured that nobody in Scotland has to pay the bedroom tax. That's a huge achievement by any standard. And thirdly, we have taken hundreds of thousands of people out of fuel poverty. There is more to do, but no government in the history of the devolved Parliament has done more to tackle fuel poverty and child poverty than this government has done. And the final point I would make is this, and Hamza has had a big role to play in this as well. I am very proud of a Scottish government that without hesitation gave an immediate commitment to take more than our share of refugees from Syria and to help those people who need it most. Not only are we the national party, we are the international party as well.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Alan.
And last but most certainly not least, please welcome Rosanna Cunningham, who's the Cabinet Secretary for Skills, Fair Work and Training. So, Rosanna, can you tell us about the key achievements in your portfolio?
Well, some of them are absolutely amazing. Do you know right now we have more young people in employment than at any time since 2005? Despite what has been happening in our economy. I think that's absolutely fabulous. We've done it by really hard work, and I'm so proud of the fact that we've put in place the whole Developing the Young Workforce project over 7 years with an aim to get youth unemployment down by 40% by 2021. And we will get there, I promise you, conference. But I'm also really proud of the work that we're doing in the Fair Work side of things, setting up the Fair Work Convention, getting trade unionists and employers sitting round the table talking about how that should look for the future of Scotland. Compare and contrast with what's happening in that other Parliament 450 miles to the south, where they have no idea how to do proper industrial relations.
And Rosanna, finally, what are you working on at the moment?
Well, I'm working on quite a lot, but one of the things that is always on my mind is that developing the young workforce. And today I've got an announcement to make about £1 million that's going to go to colleges in Scotland so that they can work hard on developing the relationship between colleges, schools, employers, a partnership that is going to get even more young people into work than we have today. That is a part of that whole developing the young workforce project that we are absolutely determined to see come to fruition.
Thanks very much. Rosanna Cunningham.
My thanks to our Cabinet Secretaries. I know we whizzed through that with the time that we had available. I think the Cabinet Secretaries would be the first to say, and I know we would also say, that this is a team effort, not just the Cabinet Secretaries, not just the Ministers, not just the backbenchers, but we can only do this with your support as well. And I've often heard that famous saying, behind every great Cabinet Minister, behind every great Cabinet Secretary is a great Minister as well. I mean, I've heard that. But I don't know if
think about it.
But I would say that there's a serious message behind all of this, that why we wanted to do this session conference. The reason why we wanted to do this conference was so that you were armed on the doorsteps with some really serious messages. You've heard here only a fraction of the key achievements of the Scottish Government over the last 8 years. From abolition of tuition fees, record investment in the NHS, more young apprentices in jobs. We've heard, for example, record investment in infrastructure, lowest crime rate in Scotland for 41 years, and the ending of the disgraceful and draconian bedroom tax as well.
So, Conference, please show your appreciation for your Cabinet Secretaries who serve this country so well, Ministers, past and present, who have delivered such a fantastic record for the people of Scotland. Have a get. So, Conference, thank you for staying on to this extended session, and our final words are, it's cheerio from him,
and it's cheerio for him.
Welcome back, delegates. If you're entering the hall, please do so quietly. There's a technical issue I want to address. Prior to the handover of chair, on Resolution 13, there was support for the amendment and the resolution. That was a resolution you'll recall on Tory welfare benefit cuts. I asked if the resolution was passed by acclaim, which it was, but I didn't ask if the amendment was also passed by acclaim. You'll remember all speakers were in favour of both. There was no dissent to that. So can I just ask for total clarification? Is conference content to accept both the amendment and therefore the resolution as amended on 13? Thank you very much. And we turn to Resolution 16 now, which will be moved by Rosanna Cunningham, MSP, and seconded by John Mason, MSP. Welcome, Rosanna.
Good afternoon, Conference. I'm here to move Resolution 16 because obviously this is absolutely bang on my portfolio, and I just want to speak very briefly about the government's high-level vision in this whole area. Our programme for government sets out a really clear vision for employment in Scotland, where fair work improves people's lives and strengthens businesses so that everyone shares in the benefits of a stronger, growing and more inclusive economy. And if you go and have a look at the economic strategy, you'll see that the economic strategy builds on this vision by showing that tackling inequality and economic growth are not mutually exclusive, but are fundamentally linked. And the relationship between employers and their employees must be at the heart of this. There's growing evidence that delivering sustainable growth and addressing long-standing inequalities are reinforcing and not competing objectives. Recent work from the OECD found that rising income inequality in the UK reduced GDP per capita growth by 9 percentage points between 1990 and 2010. And bodies like Oxfam and the Joseph Rowntree Foundation also show that good quality jobs have a positive impact on people's physical and mental health. UK government ministers like Ian Duncan Smith suggest that moving into work will benefit people, but sadly that isn't the case for everyone. 59% of children in poverty actually live in households where at least one person is working. 59% of children in poverty living in households where at least one person is working. And we also know that the impact of poor working conditions and low pay can be just as damaging to people as actually being unemployed. And that's why we want to support businesses to create better jobs where people feel valued and engaged. Many employers are actively embracing these challenges and reaping the benefits. They're being recognised through the Business Pledge, Living Wage Accreditation and Investors in Young People. Do you know, at the end of last year, there were 64 Living Wage accredited employers in Scotland. We're now almost 350 with a target of 500 by March next year. And we're going to build on this progress. The Independent Fair Work Convention that we established earlier this year brings employers and trade unions together to develop a blueprint for what fair work should look like in Scotland. That's going to be completed by March 2016. And when they report, we will work closely with our partners and the convention itself to develop an implementation plan which will drive change and promote a new dialogue between government, employers, employees and trade unions. Ahead of this, we will continue to do everything we can to promote good working practices within the powers currently available to us. Our procurement guidance on fair work practices has a clear focus on the living wage and sets out how we will consider a whole range of other progressive workplace practices when awarding government contracts. While the powers that are potentially coming to Scotland through the Scotland Bill are limited, we will use them to their full potential to promote fair work practices. For example, as soon as we have the power to do so, we've made it quite clear our intention to abolish fees for employment tribunals. By working closely with employers and employees will show that progressive and fair workplaces can drive the productivity and growth that will be critical to the success of the Scottish economy and central to our approach to creating a fairer and more equal society. Now, I do understand the pressures on businesses, and I recognise the desire of the majority to engage positively with this agenda. There are a lot of examples out there where Scottish-based companies are seeing these approaches deliver real benefits. Through the Smith process, we saw additional employment, trade union, taxation and welfare powers for this Parliament so that we could do more. This would have allowed us to deliver the changes we need to see in employment in Scotland and the creation of fairer workplaces, and that call was supported at the time by a range of organisations, not least the STUC. In contrast, Scottish Labour's position was, and I quote, concerned that devolution of employment law would result in a race to the bottom on worker protection, potentially resulting in the reversal of great advances for workers' rights, such as the minimum wage, paid leave and flexible working. Which is, of course, precisely what is happening now under their preferred option of leaving powers at Westminster in the hands of the Tories.
That's time, Rosanna.
Since the election in May, the Conservative government has tried to cynically undermine the living wage. The removal of tax credits will leave the majority of workers worse off, according to independent bodies like the Resolution Foundation. So the devolution of powers would have meant that Scottish workers would not now be facing an attack on their fundamental rights in the workplace. The real answer is to get the powers out of the hands of the Tories and into the hands of this government and our Parliament. The Scotland Bill offers us a golden opportunity to protect workers and lift people out of poverty in Scotland. I move the motion.
Thank you. Slight change to the running order. Can I call Hannah Bardell MP to second the resolution, to be followed then by Graham McCormick, who will move the direct negative, and then to be followed by John Mason MSP. But please welcome our Westminster spokesperson, Hannah Bardell MP.
Thank you, Conference. Hopefully I'm a wee bit better looking than John Mason, but it's not a beauty contest. And let me say at the outset of my remarks, it's a pleasure to address you for the first time since being elected as the MP for Livingston. I don't think I could have imagined at our spring conference quite what a dramatic and historic few months were ahead of us. To be part of it is an honour, and I'm proud to have the opportunity to work with my Scottish parliamentary colleagues as we try to ensure a decent and secure future for Scotland. I'd just like to take a quick opportunity as well to thank all of my local activists across Livingston, some of whom are here today. They have been incredible. Thank you. Now, Conference, it could be easy to get swept up in the excitement in Westminster. We've had to keep our feet firmly on the ground and in touch with reality. And believe me, it is a harsh reality having to scrutinise the fight against Tory welfare and austerity cuts, which are going to wreak havoc and undermine so much that we have come to value in our society. The proposals of the Conservative government make for grim reading, and my colleague Corey Wilson and I in the Welfare Bill Committee have been arguing line by line against the welfare cuts. Conference, it has been a painful process. Meanwhile, the Tory rebranding of the national minimum wage to a living wage, when it falls significantly short of the real living wage, is a disingenuous and cynical political manoeuvre of the worst kind. Perhaps, Conference, the Chancellor got lost on his way to the calculator. Because in case anyone's in doubt, let me clarify a few things. The Institute of Financial Studies has calculated that 13 million families will lose on average £260 a year from the freeze in most benefits. 3 million of those families will be another £1,000 a year worse off from the tax credit cuts. And they have said unequivocally, tax credit recipients in work will be made worse off by the measures in the budget. Let me say that again. Tax credit recipients in work will be worse off. So the supposed Tory living wage will not compensate low-income folk from the 12 billion cuts in the welfare budget. And when the Tories say benefit claimants need to make the same choices as those in work, let's be clear, it is those in work claiming benefits who are going to be hit the hardest. So when the Conservatives talk about financial black holes, which they seem to have something of an obsession with, let's look at the black holes that they are creating in Scotland's finances and Scotland's society. Because families in Scotland who rely on tax credits will face nearly £700 million worth of cuts. The Scottish Government, which has to work within a fixed financial framework, is having to spend £300 million to mitigate the worst aspects of Tory austerity, including the bedroom tax. Conference, why should our block grant be spent on mitigating Tory austerity instead of schools, teachers and investment in our economy? In Scotland, our SNP government has an excellent track record, and let me pay tribute to Rosanna Cunningham in her ever-expanding brief, because the work that she and our colleagues have done on the Fair Work Convention, the increased funding to the Poverty Alliance who deliver the Living Wage Accreditation Scheme is fantastic. Conference, the contrast between how the SNP are trying to protect and stand up for the people of Scotland versus how the Conservatives seek to divide our nation south of the border could not be starker. The Conservatives have no concept, nor do they care, what impact their plans are going to have on our society. Their plans for a big society are quite clearly bad for society. They are determined to unstitch and ravel the very fabric of our society, and Conference, your SNP MPs will continue to fight them every step of the way. Thank you, Conference. I second the motion.
Thanks, Hannah. It was a great pleasure to hear from you for the first time as an MP. Of course, if this was the House of Commons because you went a minute over, as well as the animal noises, I would have cut you off. But thanks very much for that presentation. So can I ask all speakers to keep to time so that I can call as many people as possible for remaining debates. Graham McCormick will move the direct negative, to be followed by John Mason.
Conference, I'm an accredited living wage employer. I have signed the pledge. Helensburgh branch brought forth a draft resolution to SOAC stating that members of the SNP who employ people should pay the living wage. And for some reason or other, that was not accepted by SOAC. And it's actually a bit disappointing that the delegates from Helensburgh have not taken SOAC to task on this. Because if our government insists that its employees are paid the living wage, and it's the policy of this party that people should be paid the living wage, then I think that members of this party who have the ability to pay the living wage should be paying the living wage. Because if you run a business where you don't pay the living wage, you're running a business on the basis of poverty wages. Now, we're told that the target for private enterprise accredited employers by March 2016 is 500 in Scotland. Wow! Do you know how many private enterprises there are in Scotland? 150,000. So that means that the limit of the initial ambition is 1/3 of 1% of the total private enterprises in Scotland. So we, as individuals, must do more ourselves. Every time before you buy anything in a shop or get anything supplied to you, ask who's supplying that. Do you pay the living wage? And we could start today by going out there, and when we have our coffees and all the rest of it, we should be saying to the people in these booths, are your employers paying the living wage?
Thank you, Graham. And John Mason, MSP, to speak in favour of the resolution, to be followed by Jennifer Dunn, who will also speak in favour of the resolution. John.
Convener, delegates, I was very keen to speak in support of this resolution today, as if we're going to seriously deal with the gap between the richer and the poorer in our society, one of the key issues has to be pay at the lowest levels. Let's remember that most of the levers over economy and the redistribution still lie at Westminster. And let us remember that from 1997 to 2010, inequality in the UK, as measured by the Gini coefficient, grew to the highest point since the 1970s. Especially in Labour's third term, there was a sharp rise in income inequality, as well as a fall in income for the poorest fifth of the population. Shame on Labour. The statutory minimum wage and the living wage are an absolutely key area as far as I am concerned. If people are working and are not earning enough for them and their families to live on, there is something fundamentally wrong. Every employer has a moral duty to pay their employees sufficient wages for these folk to live on. And certainly, in my opinion, that also needs to be a legal duty, or it will not work. The voluntary living wage is very good, but it only goes so far, and I welcome it being rolled out as much as possible. However, it is always limited by the fact that it is voluntary. The statutory minimum wage is the only long-term sustainable answer, and it should be at the level of the living wage, currently £7.85 per hour. Now, I do have sympathy for smaller employers who are struggling and are not sure if they can afford the living wage for every employee, and we can look at targeted support for them, like the small business bonus. But I do not have any sympathy for large, profitable companies who pay their chief executives millions of pounds, but do not pay their staff enough to live on. Now, I think many delegates will be familiar with the book The Spirit Level, which argues that more equal societies do better as a whole than do less equal societies. There is also now a film, which I guess many people have not seen yet, called The Divide, and it is due to be released next year, I think, directed by Catherine Round. I have to say I was really impressed with the film, and it gives a really personal angle on how people are suffering on low wages. These include in the United States, in England, and there is one case in Scotland. One example was a woman who worked for Walmart, which she said when she started used to be quite a good employer. But they changed their policies, they came down heavily in the staff, she was in debt, she was very, very stressed and on the verge of being evicted from her very modest home. The film underlines the point that if people are living on a low wage, it has all sorts of impacts on their lives. Pressure on their physical health, their mental health, their family relationships, addictions, and so on. So once we get the powers, we need to enforce a minimum wage for all. But in the meantime, I congratulate the government on really pushing the living wage, and I hope we can all wholeheartedly support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, John. The final speaker will be Jennifer Dunn, but can I also ask the mover of the resolution, Hannah and Graham, to come to the stairs if you wish to sum up. And Jennifer, of course, is a candidate in here. Jennifer.
Thanks very much, Derek. I've been in the SNP for 14 years and I'm delighted to see how big conference is today. I'm also honoured to be addressing conference for the first time as a parliamentary candidate. Ayr is one of the last 3 Tory-held seats in the Scottish Parliament, and it's one that my team and I are determined to turn around and win for the SNP in May. The living wage is something that I've been passionate about for a long time. In South Ayrshire, around 1 in 4 jobs do not pay the living wage. That's higher than the national average. I was also surprised to learn that no local employer in South Ayrshire has registered as a living wage employer. This is despite the fact that we have some extremely wealthy employers in South Ayrshire, some of them very prominent and one with very big political ambitions who really has no excuses not to register. Conference, the living wage is about dignity. It's about a fair day's wage for a fair day's work. It's about protecting young people and women who have traditionally borne the brunt of low-paid employment. Everybody deserves to be able to bring up a family and live their lives without relying on handouts from the food bank. The Scottish Government has done some excellent work around the living wage and encouraging organisations to sign up as living wage employers. but it's also something that parliamentarians can act directly on. Several of our MSPs have already signed up as living wage employers. If I was elected, this is something that I'd do myself, as I believe that all parliamentarians should do this. As we heard from John, an equal society is a happier society. The living wage is something that we can all pull together on to achieve. As consumers, as councillors, as parliamentarians and as community activists, please support the resolution.
Thank you, Jennifer. And Graham to sum up for the direct negative.
Folks, this is about poverty. Walmart made £130 billion, I'm told, last year in profit. So the next time you're going to shop in Asda, think about it, because they don't pay the living wage. And as regards what John said about small businesses, there are already accredited members of the Living Wage Foundation who are small businesses, who are shopkeepers, who provide services such as nursing homes and all the rest of it, and they pay their people, their staff, the living wage. So there is no excuse not to pay the living wage. And John, you know, what the Scottish Government's doing is not pushing the matter. They're tickling at the matter. We want a big push because with people who are out of poverty start to spend, and then our economy benefits as a result of that. So accept the direct negative, because that will be the biggest push this party has ever had to get rid of poverty once and for all.
And Rosanna, to sum up for the resolution.
I'd love the powers to do more. That's what we're about in the SNP, getting those powers to make those changes.
Absolutely.
Moving the direct negative means you're sending this policy away. Is that really what you want to do? I wouldn't have thought so. So I just want to say something about accreditation. It's about companies stepping up as exemplars, and it's important for that reason. The existence of the accolade helps change the debate. But here's a truth that you might not know. 81% of the Scottish workforce is already paid the living wage or higher. It's not just about the numbers of companies that are accredited. 81% of Scotland's workforce is already paid the living wage or higher. We're trying to work on the 19% who aren't. But that figure of 81% is higher than anywhere else in the UK except London and the South East. So let's celebrate the success that represents for Scotland.
Thank you. So now we turn to the vote, delegates. It will be a straightforward vote for or against the resolution as published. So those in favour of the resolution, please show. Cards down. Those against the resolution, please show. I see a few cards, so the resolution is carried overwhelmingly. We now turn to Resolution 17, Fairer Scotland, to be moved by Mary Black, MP, seconded by Bob Doris, MSP. Welcome, Mary. Mary, I won't. Mary, I have to say, I won't be taking that time for the standing ovation on your arrival against your time, because I know Conference wants to hear from you. So, Mary Black.
That's not bad. No. Well, when I first spoke at Conference, it was roughly a year ago, and it was just after the referendum when I'd been asked the night before if I wanted to pass a motion. The second time I spoke at Conference, I did so as a parliamentary candidate. The third time, I'm now speaking to Conference as a member of the UK Parliament. reason that I mention this journey is because it is symbolic of what's happened in Scotland over the last year. The idea that a then 20-year-old chip shop friar could become a Member of Parliament would have been laughed at, but not anymore. Because in building our grassroots politics and in building our local networks and our organisations, we also began to build this nation's confidence. By handing people the prospect of a blank canvas and telling them, what do you want society to look like? We set alight so many imaginations in this country. We began to realise that we know more about our local areas than any politician can, in London or in Edinburgh for that matter. We educated ourselves. Now, where the canvas now is by no means as blank as it would have been with independence, it is incredibly important to acknowledge that despite the reality that we will always be constrained as long as we're part of this union, the Scottish Government is doing all within its power to continue that national conversation that began during the referendum. By asking communities directly about the issues affecting their areas, we not only allow a greater depth to our understanding, but we encourage the very kind of grassroots, real-life engagement that was set alight throughout that referendum and that changed this country. Now, our party political broadcast talks of the tale of two parliaments. The parliament I sit in is a top-down, out-of-date and out-of-touch one. We are witnessing some of the most right-wing and cruelest policies imaginable being passed in front of my very eyes. I know I don't have to explain to anyone here how deep the wounds are that are left behind after a person experiences a Tory cut. I often find myself looking across that chamber at the Tory MPs and I think, are you genuinely so out of touch that you can't see the damage your policies are doing, or do you just not care? Either way, I am tired of being lectured by Tories as to why austerity is essential, why these welfare reforms, in fact, they're not reforms, they're cuts, why these cuts are essential. I'm tired of being told that pensioners cost too much. I'm tired of being told that our young people being told that they're not good enough. I'm tired of immigrants being scapegoated for the mistakes of bankers and politicians. I am tired of being told that pain and misery are necessary for a stronger economy and for a long-term economic plan. Now, in the run-up to May 2016, contrast that with the Parliament in Edinburgh. The Scottish Government spends millions every year mitigating and protecting our citizens as best we can from those Tory cuts. Millions of pounds that we would rather be spending on health, on education, or whatever that we choose. The Scottish Government has spent £35 million alone ensuring that no one person in Scotland has to suffer the bedroom tax. It's rejected the economic madness of austerity. It's a requirement, wherever possible, that we must pay a living wage. And that's a real living wage, not the sham of a minimum wage that the Tories are trying to brand as a living wage. We have continually invested in our public services and in our people by speaking directly to the communities. And by continuing that conversation, we only seek to strengthen that base for real change and real equality. Now, we recognise that the only way to build a fairer society is to tackle inequality, not to create it. It is only by allowing people to reach their full potential that you then achieve a strong economy. So if there is any Conservatives who happen to be watching, I would say that it's only by investing in people and by allowing people to reach their full potential that then you will have what I call a real long-term economic plan. And it's for these reasons I move Resolution 17 for a fairer Scotland. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mary. And Bob Doris, MSP, will second the resolution to be followed by Julie Hepburn. Bob.
Thanks, Derek. Conference, I've had the privilege of taking part in one of the Fairer Scotland consultation events that the Scottish Parliament has rolled out. I've actually been involved in two of them. I was in one recently in Royston. The Garangad in North Glasgow. At the table I was at alone, there was Rosemount Lifelong Learning, a wonderful organisation in that community. Jobs and Business Glasgow were there. Royston Youth Action at the heart of the young people in that community. And there was someone from the NHS Health Improvement were also at that table, as were people who suffered the indignity of the UK government's work programme, sharing in their experiences of how it had punished them. Those gathered around that table, and that was only one of a number of workshops there, they were brimming with ideas, filled with enthusiasm about how we could do things better, how we could do things different in Scotland. It's no surprise that they want to do that, because if you look at the sanctions regime under the work programme and the UK Benefits Agency, you find out that 40% of all people sanctioned are our young people. You find out that for the last 5 years, 25% of all those sanctioned have been disabled. That's not the kind of society that we want. The message I got loud and clear was when we try to encourage people off of benefits and into work, not into in-work poverty, but into work, is one that treats people with dignity and respect, not one that alienates them and strips them of their dignity. This party, our nation, will not stand for that, and that's why we need these powers here in Scotland and in the Scottish Parliament. But sometimes statistics are one thing, it's the human story that really makes a difference. And if I have time, Chair, I'll tell two of those stories very, very quickly. This is before the new wave of tax credit cuts sweeps through Scotland. I've got a constituent who was a part-time worker, a lady with a child who is now unemployed because of the last time the UK government changed tax credits in Scotland. So the Tories have already put one family that I know very well into poverty, from in-work poverty to out-of-work poverty, because they made it unable for her and her family to work. I shudder to think how many more vulnerable families will be put into poverty when these new tax credit changes come in. That's the human face, that's the reality of it. Let me give you a second example. In relation to housing benefit changes that are sweeping through the country, I've got one constituent who stayed in a social rented house, is now having to stay in a private rented house because when she found a job, she could no longer afford to pay her rent because how housing benefit interacts with the wider benefit system just does not work. I see my time's up, Chair, so let's just say this. We can do it different in Scotland. We can treat vulnerable people with dignity, and the people that have the answers are in this room and they're across Scotland. Fairer Scotland and equality and social justice is about asking the people of Scotland what they want, and what they want is that fairer society, and the powers have to be in the Scottish Parliament to deliver that.
Thank you, Bob. And I call Julie Hepburn. Julie, I can give you 2 minutes, and the same for Tony Giuliano. I can also give you 2 minutes. Thank you, Julie.
Good afternoon. One of the first things we learn as children is that life is not fair. I've lost count of how many times my own children have told me that something isn't fair, usually very loudly. And in exasperation, I've caught myself imparting the following wisdom. Life isn't always fair. And here I am, perpetuating the cycle, conditioning the next generation to accept the inherent injustice of the world in which we live. Well, no more, because it isn't just a harmless statement of the obvious. It helps to condition us from a young age to accept situations that are blatantly unfair. Some people can't afford to eat and have to rely on food banks. Well, that's because life isn't fair. Some people find themselves as refugees fleeing a war zone, risking their lives to seek sanctuary. Life is just so unfair, isn't it? But most of the things that happen to people that are unfair are not accidents of life. They are the consequences of decisions made by people in power. And we should never accept that the world is inherently unfair. If it appears that way, it's only because we've allowed it to be so. Yes, it will be a monumental challenge eradicating poverty, even in a wealthy country like Scotland, let alone the rest of the world. And achieving peace and reconciliation in a world of conflict and of suffering seems almost impossible. But if we don't at least strive to create a fairer country and a fairer world, what hope is there for our society and for our future? Fairness is a very difficult concept to describe, and it's also highly subjective. But conversely, it's very easy to see when something is unfair, and we are spoilt for choice when it comes to examples thanks to the offerings of this heartless Tory government. I'll tell you what's not fair. The most vulnerable in our society paying the price for the mistakes of the most privileged. Tax breaks for the rich, while there are people on the lowest incomes facing benefit sanctions, committing suicide, literally driven to their graves by a government devoid of compassion. Then there's the two-child policy, when state support will only be given to a third child if the mother can demonstrate she has been raped. Does that not tell you everything you need to know about this Tory government? Fairness is at the heart of why so many of us want independence, for it will give us the means to build a fairer Scotland, and our SNP government and Scotland's government never loses sight of that fact. Thank you.
Thank you, Julie. And finally, Tony Giuliano. Okay, Julie, you could have had another minute. Oh, there you are. You should have been at the stairs, Tony. You should have been at the stairs. 1.5 minutes.
Remember that. Conference, I want to echo the words of Julie Hepburn, actually, but I also want to recognise the significant contribution that Civic Scotland is making in the debate for creating a fairer Scotland. I have the privilege of working for Sam H, Scotland's leading mental health charity, which supports over 3,000 people with mental health problems every day. I've seen the effects of welfare reform, sanctions and work assessments. Not only their impact on income, but what they do to mental well-being. The way a sanction notice weighs down, the sense of dread it creates, halting recoveries, pushing them backward. And that's why third sector organisations across Scotland are calling for the Scotland Bill to be strengthened, because they know better than anyone else that the current system is marginalising the weakest in our society. So when our opponents accuse us of obsessing over the Constitution, for making the case that our Parliament needs full powers over welfare and employment, let's remind them that the Constitution isn't some abstraction. It's real jobs, dignity and support for the thousands of Scots ignored by Westminster day in, day out. And let me give a concrete example. Access to work is a fund that offers practical assistance to disabled people by giving them a grant to help stay in work. The Tories underfund it and they refuse to devolve it. But control over this resource and others like it would allow us to ensure that people with mental health problems and disabilities seeking work are put front and centre. Because, delegates, I believe that we are defined as individuals, as a party and as a nation, by how we treat the most vulnerable among us, by whether we offer them a hand or walk on by. And where would we be as a society without the thousands of Scots who give up their evenings, their weekends, or their whole lives for others, who offer their hand without the expectation of material reward and too often without recognition? I'm proud to be a candidate for a party that recognises what those of us with mental health problems and disabilities have to give. And I'm confident that we'll use the welfare powers that will be devolved in 2017 to show that we can do things differently, that we can better support people with disabilities who are desperate to earn a living. So yes, delegates, we will keep fighting for the powers promised to us, because we know that the prize is a fairer, more just Scotland, and Conference, that's a prize worth fighting for.
As there are no cards in against, Mary, will you waive your right to sum up? Thank you, you will. Can I ask then, delegates, is the resolution passed by acclaim? It is. We now turn to topical resolutions, and the first topical resolution is on Syria, and it will be moved by our Westminster Front Bench spokesperson on Foreign Affairs, Alex Salmond, MP.
Delegates, I was going to ask for extra time as a first-time speaker as the Member of Parliament for Gordon. Delegates, we turn our attention to international affairs, and in particular to Syria, where there are 6.5 million people displaced. That's the UNHCR figure, 6.5 million people displaced from their homes. It's one of the largest humanitarian crises in history. If we want to understand why there are 6.5 million people displaced, then we only need to look at the military lineup in Syria at the present moment. There's the United States of America, who are bombing Daesh, but also not supporting and want to see the back of President Assad. We have Russia, who say they are bombing Daesh, but also are targeting the rebels. We have Turkey, who say they are bombing Daesh, but also targeting the Kurdish forces. We have the Australians, the Canadians, the Saudi Arabians, and others supporting the United States of America. We have the French, who have their own military operations. We have Iranian-backed militias who are opposing Daesh in Iraq and supporting Assad in Syria. There is nobody in Syria who's not being bombed by somebody. That's why there are 6.5 million people displaced. So what should our reaction be as we see this carnage in that country? Delegates, we need to be the voice of clarity, of sanity, and of humanity. We have to have the clarity to put forward the position that adding a few more ageing tornado sorties will have no military consequences whatsoever, but it will add to human suffering because mistakes will be made. We have to have the clarity to say we have a Prime Minister who's still smarting from being turned over in military action 2 years ago when he wanted to target Assad, and is itching to reverse a Commons vote on military action. And we have a Labour Party who are now debating internally what the meaning of a United Nations mandate is. The civil war we're interested in is the civil war in Syria, not the civil war within the Labour Party. So the position that we should put forward is one which offers sanity. Delegates, there should be no more futile military interventions by the UK. No more. No more Afghanistans with no exit strategies. No more Libyas, where we spent 13 times as much bombing as we did reconstructing that country. And no more illegal wars, such as the one in Iraq, which is the cause of much of the disaster that we are facing. Delegates, no more, no more, no more. But above all, the path we should tread is that of humanity. Let us argue for a policy which focuses on the needs of the Syrian people, which takes the tough road of being a major sponsor for peace and diplomacy, not just another protagonist in war and carnage. Let us take the case as a non-protagonist, as only non-protagonists can do, to the United Nations. Let's do the courageous thing, the tough thing. And let this party stand behind a real United Nations mandate, the road of peace and diplomacy. And let's pass this motion. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Alec. And Fiona Hislop, MSP, to second the resolution, to be followed by Rory Fleming, who will speak in favour of the resolution. Cabinet Secretary for Europe and External Affairs. Fiona.
Delegates, intervention has made a catastrophe out of Syria. Intervention has failed and is failing. One more heave, one more push has been going on now for nearly 4 years, and the results have been catastrophic. And now the Syrian catastrophe threatens to bring down its neighbours. There is rising instability in Turkey, Lebanon, Jordan, and more recently on the border with Israel. The status quo is intolerable. Either everyone will pile in and try to secure victory for their chosen faction, or all of us must recognise the catastrophe for what it is and step back and try and drain the external source of poison collectively. Piling in, and that means UK military action, is fraught with difficulty, as we have seen. The factions on the ground are often not what they seem. We see Syrian factions on the news driving SUVs delivered to the other side and firing weapons supplied to their opponents. But piling in is the easy option, banging the drum to be seen to be decisive. The UK has been seduced by this high road to catastrophe far too often. We must take the hard road, the slow road. The road of the United Nations and the initiatives must be the route forward. The poison has to be drained. The flow of foreign fighters from wherever, for whatever faction, must be choked. And at this stage, a civil war between Syrians, and only a civil war, would be a small step in the right direction. That is the grim and unpalatable truth of war that is increasingly contagious. And then we must choke the vehicles in this war of motion, the vehicles where none of these vehicles are made in Syria. None of them are kept in fighting shape by Syria. They are influenced by external help. And finally, we must choke the money from all the different sources that are feeding what is happening in Syria. Delegates, the path of talk and reconciliation and peace is never easy. But the case for the people of Syria, the case for the refugees, the case for humanity is unquestionable. And for us, our message must be, use the hard road, use the one of peace. No to military action, yes to that hard route, the long route, the only route to peace in that region. I second the motion.
Thank you, Fiona. I now welcome Rory Fleming, who's speaking in favour of the resolution from North East Fife, and Rory's a first-time speaker at conference. To be followed by Brendan O'Hara, MP. Rory, welcome.
Thanks very much. Conference. Between 2007 and 2012, the UK government spent £2 billion on drones. According to the Bureau of Investigative Journalism, a quarter of that was spent on 10 Reaper drones, designed to target and kill people from afar. Since 2005, 3 successive UK governments have helped process an order for 54 Watchtower drones. John Reid, in 2005, agreed to the £800 million cost of the project. The project will now cost some £1.2 billion, be delivered 4 years late, and has been described by drones expert Chris Woods as an asset that can't be used in the wars that we're fighting today. £1.2 billion on weaponry bought for use in Afghanistan that will be apparently useless in the fight against Daesh. What a waste. In contrast, the UK government has spent just £1.12 billion on humanitarian aid to Syria so far. In all fairness, that amount is a good amount to have spent, but not when you consider that's been spread over the past 4 years and is still less than what was spent on one piece of useless weapons technology. Conference, the Tory government is hell-bent on carrying out airstrikes in Syria. Their solution to ending the violence and bombing is to follow the example that Labour set in the Middle East by adding to the violence and the bombing. with no plan on how to keep the peace afterwards. We cannot allow that. That policy failed the people of Iraq, it failed the people of Afghanistan, and it failed the people of Libya in the past decade alone. It is madness for Michael Fallon, the Defence Secretary, and Prime Minister David Cameron to think that this policy could help the people of Syria. This resolution talks of diplomacy and support for UN-backed initiatives. It's the only way to try to help to secure a lasting peace. It's also what I presume the International Development Secretary, Justine Greening, meant when she said in February this year, we must show the children and young people of the region that there is an alternative to bloody narratives, a future of hope, not hatred. I don't think UK airstrikes is quite in line with that mantra. I came to you today with the mandate of my branch saying, not in my name to airstrikes. I implore you to join me, support the resolution and tell this generation of potential warmongers down in London, not in our name. Thank you.
Thank you, Rory. Thank you, Rory. And finally, Brendan O'Hara MP, our Defence spokesperson at Westminster. Brendan.
Good afternoon, Conference. I realise we're running short of time, so let me be short and to the point. Conference, pass this resolution, and I can assure you that your defence team at Westminster will take your message straight to the floor of the House of Commons on Monday afternoon, when we will question the Secretary of State for Defence, Michael Fallon. And we will tell him and his government that this party will not support their cynical attempt to conflate the humanitarian disaster in the Mediterranean with their desperate desire to drop more bombs on Syria. At the heart of this motion is our demand that it has to be the United Nations that leads the world's response to protecting the beleaguered civilians of Syria, and that for the United Kingdom to join in the military tango in the skies above Syria will do nothing but further compound human misery, suffering, and further destroy that country. And we are far from alone. And I'll finish with a quote from the Senior Fellow at the European Council on Foreign Relations, Nick Whitney, when he said, "Bombing in Syria is not the answer. In the first place, it will be ineffective. The year-long US campaign against ISIS is now widely acknowledged to have had remarkably little impact. And the idea that a few additional British bombs will make any difference is absurd." I fully agree, and I urge you to support this topical resolution.
Thank you, Brendan. There are no cards in against. Alec, can I ask you to waive your right to sum up? Thank you very much. Delegates, can I ask, is this resolution passed by acclaim? It most certainly is. Now the final topical resolution on human rights to be moved by Joanna Cherry, MP, and seconded by Christina McKelvey, MSP. Joanna is the Justice and Home Affairs spokesperson at Westminster. Welcome, Joanna.
Thank you, fellow delegates. The Human Rights Act was passed with cross-party support in 1998, and it means that citizens across the United Kingdom can defend the rights guaranteed by the European Convention of Human Rights by going to their local courts rather than by having to go all the way to Strasbourg. It also means that public bodies across the United Kingdom must treat everybody equally and with dignity and fairness, and that includes the UK government. But the Tories aren't really too keen on the standards of equality, dignity and fairness. They find them rather inconvenient, and in their xenophobia, they resent the fact that courts in the UK must take into account decisions of the Court of Human Rights in Strasbourg. And so the Tories are threatening to repeal the Human Rights Act and even to go so far as to withdraw from the European Convention on Human Rights altogether. If they did that, the United Kingdom would be the only union of nations in Europe that wasn't a member of the ECHR, apart from Belarus, and it would send out completely the wrong signal across Europe and the world. Only today, the United Kingdom has been urged by Europe's top human rights watchdog not to endanger freedoms in countries such as Ukraine and Russia and elsewhere by undermining the authority of the Strasbourg court. We in the SNP scored an early victory at Westminster when we were instrumental in forcing the Tories to take out of the Queen's speech a bill to replace the Human Rights Act. But they're still planning on doing that, and soon they'll be lodging a consultation which looks at repealing the Human Rights Act and taking us out of Europe. If they do that, they will remove everyone in this hall's fundamental freedoms and across the UK. They'll damage international relations and they'll put themselves into conflict with the devolved governments. During the election campaign, we in the SNP promised that we'd be part of a progressive alliance across the UK. And this is our opportunity to do that and, in fact, to lead the progressive alliance by you passing this motion today and sending out a strong message that the SNP will be at the forefront of the fight to save the Human Rights Act and to protect human rights, not just in Scotland, but across the whole UK. We can lead by example in Scotland, and we have done that. Human rights are embedded into everything the Scottish Government does. And we are committed not just to fundamental human freedoms, but also to socio and economic rights and embedding them in our legislative programme. The Tories think they can get away with this, but they can't, because not only is there a cross-party alliance, there's also the fact that human rights are not reserved matters. The Scottish Parliament regularly legislates in relation to human rights, and you'll search in vain to find human rights in the list of reserved matters in the Scotland Act. What that means, fellow delegates, is that the Tories can't repeal the Human Rights Act without asking for the permission of the Scottish Parliament. We need to send out an increasingly clear message that the SNP government will not give that consent. And we need also to remind people that it's not just the SNP who oppose the repeal of the Human Rights Act in Scotland, but in fact the majority of members of the Scottish Parliament oppose it. So this is a respect in which we really can lead this progressive alliance, and we can show an example to the rest of the United Kingdom about how we do things up here, and that we will not under any circumstances consent to the repeal of the Human Rights Act. So, Conference, if you support this motion today, you will lend weight to the campaign to save the Human Rights Act, and you'll underline the fact that the SNP are at the forefront of that campaign. And I can absolutely assure you that I and my Westminster colleagues will do everything we can to vigorously oppose any plans to repeal it. So, Conference, please support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Joanna. And Christina McKelvey, MSP, to second the resolution. You will have your full 3 minutes. Christina.
Thank you very much, Derek, and thank you very much, Conference. Last week in the Scottish Parliament, I hosted an event celebrating the 60th anniversary of the UN. It was a superb event looking back at the UN and everything that it's achieved. But for me, celebrating the UN and not addressing some of the challenges that we're facing as a nation and as a world is just, a lost opportunity. And for me, the repeal of the Human Rights Act is key to that. And I'll tell you why it's key, because it's a continuation of a process that this Conservative government started when they gagged the campaigning methods of charities in England. They then continued it with the welfare reforms, where they took away your right as a disabled person or a vulnerable person or somebody who just lost their job, the right to social security. They are then further taking that with the repeal, the information they're giving out on how they're going to deal with the trade union laws and how they're going to undermine trade union laws. Another attack on the rights of people to assemble, to organise, and to be represented in their workplace. And the most disgusting part of it all is an immigration system that dehumanises people. Now, if we don't have the Human Rights Act to protect all of those individual needs, then we have nothing. The Scotland Act 1998, the Wales Act 1998, the Northern Ireland Peace Agreement are all underpinned by human rights, whether it's the Human Rights Act itself or ECHR. Any movement away from that puts all of that at risk and really undermines the fact that we have our own parliament. We should not allow them to do that. The Scottish Refugee Council held a fringe last night, which I had the very great privilege to chair. It was heartbreaking. We heard from refugees. The Scottish Refugee Council, along with the UNHCR representative Gonzalo Vargalosa, came to my committee, the European Committee, just a few weeks ago and said that Scotland was a beacon. It was a beacon to the world. We need to make sure the Tories don't forget that. We need to use our voices in this place, out in that place, in our workplace, in our parliaments. And Joanna, I'll tell you, your Scottish team and the Scottish Parliament are 100% behind you when you fight that at Westminster. We need to use our voice. It's a hard-fought-for voice, but it's a voice that we can raise as loudly as possible. And let's tell the Conservatives, you might seek our permission to do this, but we ain't giving it.
Thank you, Christina. Thank you, Christina. And Joanna, are you content to waive your right to sum up? You are, thank you very much. Delegates, is the resolution passed by acclaim? Now, conference, to a conference highlight, and I have the greatest pleasure to introduce this gentleman to you, who of course needs no introduction. And sorry, the National Secretary is trying to distract me. I've been assured he is here. This gentleman, of course, as well as being the Finance Secretary and the Deputy First Minister, so as well as running the country, also goes for regular runs. He really is a superman and a super member of our party. Please give the warmest of SNP welcome to the Deputy First Minister of Scotland, John Swinney, MSP.
Friends, thank you very much for that warm welcome to conference. One of the first party conferences that I ever attended was in the music hall in this city back in 1981. It's hard to imagine I've been at so many. And there are many differences between that conference and this one. This conference is certainly much bigger. Support for the party is definitely much higher. Today, the party is decisively more united than it was in 1981. But some things remain visibly the same. That conference and this one are places for vigorous debate. That conference and this conference are made up of people from every locality of Scotland devoted to securing the best future for the people of our country. That is the enduring strength of the Scottish National Party. When we last met in March, we were just a few days away from the first of the leaders' debates in the general election. Our First Minister made us all very, very proud of her that night. She showed voters throughout these islands that there is another way. She stood for tolerance in the face of Nigel Farage. She stood for fairness in the face of David Cameron. And she stood for passion in the face of insipid compromise from Ed Miliband. She stood for Scotland and the values that we all hold dear. Our First Minister simply didn't win that first debate. She changed the terms of the entire election debate. Yes, Conference, that was a proud night, but Nicola wasn't finished. She led this party, she led you and me and thousands like us across the country to the greatest election victory in our nation's history. She led us to May the 7th, the night we all but removed the failed unionist voices from Scotland and replaced them with SNP MPs determined to speak up for our country. And so, Conference, it's little wonder that the Tory press has branded her the most dangerous woman in Britain. They fear her, they fear you, they fear us as a party. I don't know when we will next fight another referendum on independence. It will come only when the people of Scotland want it to happen. But I do know why the Union is so desperate to rule out another referendum. I do know why they are scared of a democratic vote. Because I know what this movement and this party can do. I've seen what the power and passion that this party can achieve. I know we can win the argument for Scottish independence. A year ago, almost to the day since the UK general election, we will stand before the Scottish people again and ask for their support. The question then will not be one of yes or no, independence or the Union. That will be decided on another day at another time. The question will be who stands for Scotland. The question will be who has what it takes to lead this nation each and every day they are in office. Who has the record, who has the team, who has the vision to take this country forward and make it the fairer, more prosperous country that it can be. I believe this party, this SNP government, has the record, the team and the vision to get the job done, to build a better Scotland, to create a fairer country, to deliver the prosperity we all need. I believe that come May next year, this party can win that historic third term in office. I recently had the great privilege of being asked by our party leader to take on the role of campaign director for the Scottish general election campaign. Friends, we fought many elections together, and over the years, in good elections as well as in not so good ones, we've learned the lessons we had to learn to develop the winning habit. But you know and I know that the winning habit is built on hard work, it is built on streets being pounded and doors being knocked. It is built on a commitment to speaking direct to the people of Scotland on the doorsteps in cities, towns and villages, the length and breadth of the land. Since the Westminster election, I have listened in disbelief to the stories from within the Labour campaign. Tales of constituencies where Labour had not knocked a door in decades. Stories of MPs who had forgotten how to connect with their communities, if indeed they ever connected in the first place. Those are the symptoms of a Labour Party that took the voters, that took Scotland for granted. Well, on the 7th of May, we stopped Labour taking Scotland for granted once and for all. And Conference, as the party's campaign director, I make you this solemn promise. The SNP will never stop knocking on doors, connecting with constituents, talking to the people and listening to their concerns. Not simply because it is good politics, but because it is who we are. It is where we draw our strength from, directly from being close to the people of Scotland. At this election, we will reach out to every part of Scotland, to long-time supporters and newfound friends, to new Scots and familiar faces, to yes voters and to no voters, Because we, the SNP, are the national party of all of Scotland. When we take our message to the doorsteps, we will do so in the knowledge that we have a record of which we can be proud. Every time we knock a door at the election, we know we are speaking to people who this government has helped. We've kept university tuition free, helping tens of thousands of students get on with the job of learning. We've kept the bus pass for our pensioners and free prescriptions for the sick. We've expanded apprenticeships and invested in colleges. We've ended the bedroom tax and implemented the living wage across the public sector. We've delivered record investment in our health service, more than £12 billion this year, £3 billion more than under Labour. We've protected household incomes by freezing the council tax. Conference, the opposition will sneer from the headlines. They can do nothing else but do that. But with 201 days to go, yes, just 201 days, we can be proud that our record stands up to any and all scrutiny. Scotland's SNP government is delivering for the people of this country. We have to keep delivering in the face of significant Tory cuts over the next few years. Next month, George Osborne will deliver his spending review. He isn't just planning to balance the budget, he's going much, much further. He plans to run a current budget surplus of more than £40 billion. When public services are crying out for investment, when the disabled are being told their benefits are being cut, when families are feeding their children from food banks, this Tory Chancellor plans to run a budget surplus greater than the entire budget of the Scottish Government. That conference is the triumph of ideology over compassion, of privilege over need. That conference is what the Tories plan to inflict on the people of this country. But it does not stop there. Starting next year, George Osborne plans £97 billion of consolidation. Just £12 billion of that is from tackling tax avoidance and other tax measures. £33 billion will be taken from welfare. So for all the talk of blue-collar Toryism in recent weeks, there we have the truth laid out in cold, bare numbers. The cut to the most vulnerable is almost 3 times the size of the contribution from the Tories' rich tax-avoiding friends. But then, there was never any doubt that George Osborne was a Tory. No, the real shock was how long it took the Labour Party to understand what was going on. Labour were for the fiscal charter, then against the fiscal charter, then only some of them wanted to vote for, then only some of them wanted to vote against, then some wanted to do the decent, principled thing and abstain. Come off it. What is there to debate here? From day one, the fiscal charter was about entrenching the war on public investment the Tories started in 2010. There was no need for debate, no need for a wobble. If there was anything left in the soul of the Labour Party, from day one, Labour should have opposed the fiscal charter. Many thought Labour had rediscovered its soul with the election of Jeremy Corbyn. Well, on Wednesday, we saw the truth. Labour only opposed the fiscal mandate because on Sunday, Nicola Sturgeon pointed out to them there was an alternative that could see a current budget balance by 2019-20, but with a further £150 billion available to support public services and investment over that period. Labour would have happily voted for the fiscal mandate without that helpful prod from the First Minister. There you have it. It's now up to Nicola Sturgeon to save the Labour Party from its own stupidity. Conference, the focus of your SNP government is to build our economy, tackle inequality and protect our public services. We stand in a city that has seen the oil wealth of 2 generations flow through it. Yet travel to Northfield, just a few miles from this hall, and you will see poverty that should have no place in a modern country. We're a wealthy country, yet we're a country blighted by the obscenity of poverty. We have natural resources that are the envy of many, yet they benefit only the few. We don't simply want to promote growth so that it pays the bills to allow us to tackle inequality. We want to tackle inequality because doing so promotes growth. Inequality hinders people from achieving their potential and weakens the fabric of our society. It limits opportunities and reduces the contribution that people can make. It dilutes skills and it erodes talent. Conference, UK trickle-down economics have failed the people of Northfield. We must now lead the national effort throughout Scotland that tackles inequality and provides hope to all of the people of our country. That approach is central to the Scottish Government economic strategy. Despite our recent strong performance with 12 consecutive quarters of uninterrupted economic growth, we're still vulnerable to the legacy of recession. Output and employment are back above their pre-recession peak, but challenges remain in our labour market, including underemployment, low productivity, stagnant real wages, and the recent rise in unemployment demonstrates the importance of sustaining public investment. We need to ensure that our economy remains competitive and continues to create skilled and well-paid job opportunities. We need to adapt to an ageing population, and we need to make progress to the low-carbon age. This is the job we have to do in the next few years. That is the task of the next SNP government. And at the election in May, people can entrust these challenges to the Scottish National Party, or they can gamble with the untried, untested, and divided Labour Party. Our task, your task, is to persuade the people of Scotland that the only party to entrust these challenges to is Scotland's party, the Scottish National Party. We've set out our economic priorities to take on these challenges: investment, innovation, internationalisation and inclusive growth. Long-term economic growth and stability requires investment in the skills of our workforce and in our physical and digital infrastructure. What better way to invest in the skills of our workforce than what happened this morning? Earlier today, Caledonian McBrain signed the contract to construct 2 new ferries with the Ferguson Yard at Port Glasgow, anchoring 150 jobs and giving that yard the future its outstanding workforce deserve. What better way to invest in our infrastructure than through projects like the Aberdeen Western Peripheral Route, now under construction by this SNP government after decades of inaction. Projects like the new Forth Crossing, rising majestically from the waters of the River Forth, and like the Borders Rail, opened just a few weeks ago, the longest new rail line in the United Kingdom in 100 years. Conference, each of these projects, delivered on time and on budget, is the SNP in action. And today, I can announce another great capital project that will deliver jobs and investment. For many years, it's taken too long to travel between this great city of Aberdeen and the UK's fastest growing city of Inverness. We've started to change that with our commitment to dualling the A96, linking by road these 2 growing cities. But I can tell Conference that today we went further, this time by rail. This morning we signed the contract for work on upgrading the rail line from here to Inverness. It will deliver investment of £170 million, providing jobs and economic growth to both cities for decades to come. That's the SNP government delivering investment for the north of Scotland. than a third of the total growth we have seen in recent times has been delivered by the construction sector and our investment in capital projects. It hasn't come about because of the austerity of the Tory Chancellor. It wasn't delivered by the carping of the Labour Party. It's come about by your SNP government investing in Scotland's future. Why? Because we believe we can build that future brick by brick, girder by girder. Sustained investment to equip Scotland's economy for the great days that lie ahead for our country. But Conference, in the modern world, our investment programme isn't just about bricks and girders. It's about connecting every part of Scotland to the digital world. Wherever I go in Scotland, people make clear to me the importance of digital connectivity, good mobile and broadband connections. If we had left all of this to the market, only 66% of Scotland would have received superfast broadband, only 21% in the Highlands and Islands. That was not good enough for your SNP government. With over £400 million worth of investment, we've put in place the support to make sure from our main broadband programme that 95% of Scotland will be connected to superfast broadband services. But we won't leave it at that. Digital connectivity is crucial to creating economic, social and educational opportunity in every part of Scotland, no matter how remote. So this government has established Community Broadband Scotland with the funding and the mission to connect those communities BT won't reach. This government is determined that everyone in Scotland will have access to the digital age, not for the sake of it, but to open up the economic, social and educational opportunities that every citizen of Scotland has the right to expect in the 21st century. Conference exports are up and our firms are internationalising. Since 2007, in the teeth of the worst recession in generations, Scotland's firms have increased the value of their exports by 40%. That's Scottish businesses getting the job done. In each year since 2006, the Ernst & Young Attractiveness Survey has ranked Scotland in the top 2 outside London for foreign direct investment. In 2014 alone, the survey found this investment had created over 3,500 jobs. That's Scottish enterprise and Hands and Hands enterprise getting the job done. In the last 6 years, business R&D spending in Scotland has increased 29% in real terms. That's Scotland's innovators getting the job done. These are tremendous successes, but we recognise that Scottish business still needs help to succeed. We've delivered the small business bonus, making Scotland the most competitive place in the UK to do business. But we can and we will do more. At the Tory conference 2 weeks ago, George Osborne announced reform of the business rates regime for England and Wales. He plans to let councils keep what they raise. Well, Scotland's been doing that since 2011. But he also announced that councils will, by 2020, be able to reduce business rates to promote business growth. This SNP government has long believed communities should have greater control of key policies. That's why we removed £2 billion of ring-fenced control over council funds. That's why we passed the Community Empowerment Act earlier this year. And it's why I can announce today that we will use powers under that Act to allow every council in every part of Scotland to reduce business rates in their area, not from 2020, but in 2 weeks' time. On the third... On the 31st of October this year, we will hand power over to Scotland's councils to help deliver business growth in their area. That's your SNP government, devolving powers to our communities and making sure Scotland remains the most competitive place to do business in the United Kingdom. Inclusive growth runs right through all the policies of this government. It is embedded with our intentions to invest, to promote internationalisation and innovation so that the benefits of growth can be shared more equally across all sections of our society. It is at the heart of your SNP government's commitment to the living wage, the real living wage, calculated independently, not manipulated by a Tory government as cover for cutting the incomes of low-paid families throughout our country. Our commitment to the living wage has been central to the Business Pledge, a great joint venture between government, trade unions and business in Scotland, working together to create better employment opportunities, better salaries and better lives for people in Scotland. Our approach to inclusive growth can be seen from early years, childcare and education, to the provision of affordable housing, improving wages and working conditions and boosting productivity. That is an ambitious strategy, but it is also a strategy that is beginning to work. The attainment gap in schools has begun to close. Students from a poorer background have never had a better chance of a place at university than under the SNP. We are building thousands more affordable homes, 30,000 in this Parliament, and as the First Minister announced yesterday, another 50,000 in the next if we are returned. And in the first tax to be levied by the Scottish Parliament in 300 years, I replaced stamp duty with land and buildings transaction tax, taking around 10,000 more home buyers a year out of tax altogether. That is the focus of your SNP government, working together, tackling inequality, boosting growth, getting the job done for the people of Scotland. That job is not going to get any easier in the next Parliament. With the constraints on public finances, our challenge is in fact going to get much, much harder. But we are going to get some limited new powers. The Scotland Bill currently going through the Commons does not go nearly as far as Scotland wants it to. We all know that. Even Gordon Brown seems to know it. And he has experience of such things. He has a decade of experience of disappointing Scotland. We want to recommend that Parliament backs the bill when it comes to a vote. We want to use every tool available to us to make Scotland better. But there's the rub. The Scotland Bill will only be worth it if it helps make Scotland better. What will not help is if the bill is constrained, undermined and distorted by a fiscal framework, a set of financial rules that harms Scotland. I've spent a lot of time negotiating the framework with the Treasury over recent weeks. The fiscal framework is meant to be the financial plumbing of the devolution settlement. I will not allow it to become a drain on Scotland's finances, sucking cash out of our public services and back to the Treasury. I will not allow it to become yet another tool of Tory austerity. Without the framework, there is no bill. So let it be understood, crystal clear, that I will only recommend acceptance of a fiscal framework to the First Minister, to Parliament and to the people of Scotland if that set of financial rules is fair to the people of this country. Conference, the SNP has a job of work to do. We have 201 days to secure our nation's future, 201 days to win a historic third term in office. Our task together is to convince the people of Scotland that the SNP government has earned the chance to remain the government of our country, to steward Scotland through the next challenges that we face. I believe we have the best team, the right policies and the clear vision that Scotland needs. I believe we are capable of leading this nation on to further great things. That is our task. We have a job to do. Let us take our message of hope and aspiration to every part of our country and secure the opportunity to change Scotland for good. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Deputy First Minister, for a fantastic address to our party conference. We now turn to Resolution 18 on the EU referendum. And I know the auditorium is incredibly busy, so can you please keep the noise down for those who are not staying for the next session? Local government convener, can you come forward as well? Okay, delegates. Shh. Well, that was quite good, actually. Okay, delegates. Resolution 18 on the EU referendum to be moved. The resolution to be moved by Humza Yousaf, MSP, and seconded by Stephen Gethins, MP. Welcome back, Humza Yousaf, who, of course, is Minister for Europe and External Affairs.
Thank you, Derek, and thank you, Conference. Just as John was finishing his speech, you might have noticed that clock. It's now been removed 201 days, 14 hours and something else. Well, that is actually what I want to remind you of, that regardless of any EU referendum, let's not forget, Conference, that our priority will be that Holyrood election and securing a historic third term for the SNP in the Scottish elections next year. Let me also make it clear that as a party, we are an internationalist party, not a narrow-minded not a narrow-minded nationalist party. We're not a party that wants to be dragged out of the European Union. We will campaign to stay in, not dependent on what the Prime Minister does or does not negotiate. I'm not going to leave the future of Scotland in the negotiating hands of a guy who leaves his daughter in the pub. The EU is not perfect, and I know that the EU is not perfect. In fact, as a Scottish Government, we've often said that we want to be at this front and centre of reforming the EU. We've made it clear here at Conference that a TTIP agreement that threatens our public services will not get the backing of the Scottish Government or indeed the backing of the Scottish people. I want us to be at the front and centre of a reformed EU. I don't want a Brexit where we are at the mercy of a heartless Tory government. I want to see a reformed EU that can help to protect the rights of workers. I want a reformed EU that creates jobs, that gives us access to 500 million people, to 20 million businesses. I want an EU that allows Scots to work and travel to the EU and those from the EU to make Scotland their home. And let me say to those 170,000 EU citizens that live in Scotland that I find it a disgrace that the UK government will not give you a voice on your own future. And let me also say to those EU citizens, those 170,000 EU citizens, that Scotland is your home. Regardless of whatever xenophobia emanates from the UK government, Scotland is your home. Thank you for making Scotland your home as well. And it is on that basis of positivity, Conference, that we will campaign. I've got no interest in being part of a Project Fear Mark II. As the party of government, the SNP, it is our responsibility to be at the front and the centre of the Yes campaign. Conference, after all, we are the party of yes. Let's make it clear that the SNP will not join a campaign club with the Tories. We will not stand shoulder to shoulder as Scottish Labour did with the heartless Conservatives. We will not be in any campaign club that has them in it. And we will not join a campaign with a divided Labour Party who don't even have a unified position on Europe, who do more flip-flops than the proverbial Olympic gymnast. We will have our own campaign here, an SNP campaign for a positive and a reformed Europe. Our Yes campaign will not just be positive, it will be grassroots, it will be upbeat, and it will call for a better, reformed, a greener, a fairer and a more social Europe that works for the betterment of the many and not for the few. So conference, please back this motion. Please ensure that we're at the front and the centre of a campaign for a better Europe, because not only does Scotland need and want to be part of the EU, but the EU needs Scotland to be that voice of progression, to be a social voice within the European Union. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Hamza. Derek's been called away again on urgent business, so I've been called in to chair the rest of this session. And I'll call Stephen Gethins MP to second the resolution, followed by Jerry Fisher to move the direct negative.
Thank you. Conference, we might not have got the result from the independence referendum last year that we wanted. We might be devastated by that. But conference, we've got many, many things that we should be proud of. And these are lessons that we want to take into the European referendum. We want to see the European referendum that meets the gold standard that was set by the independence referendum. And that's why, as Hamza pointed out, we wanted to see European citizens given the vote in next year's, in the referendum for Europe. It's a ridiculous... It is a nonsense that people like our member of the Scottish Parliament, who provides a fantastic voice for the people of North East Scotland, Christian Allard, is allowed to be a member of the Scottish Parliament and do a fantastic job for people right here in Aberdeen, but he's not allowed to vote in the European referendum. That's an outrage, conference. What was also an outrage was the way that 16 and 17-year-olds, regardless of how they voted, enlivened and enriched our independence referendum. And it's the 16 and 17-year-olds who've been deprived a vote in the European referendum who are the ones that will be most affected by the outcome of this referendum. They need their voice heard as well. Delegates, we need to fight hard. This will not be easy. Nobody needs to tell the people of Scotland about just how well the Tories can go about losing friends, sympathy and influence. But that's just what the Europeans are learning right now as they go around Europe trying to get a deal for the United Kingdom. There is no worse advocate for people across these islands than the Conservative government. And I'll say this finally, and I say this to everybody involved in the Yes campaign. What we need more than anything else is a positive campaign, a positive vision for the future of Scotland in Europe and a positive vision for the European Union. So I appeal beyond this conference hall today. We need a positive vision. We don't need the scare stories anymore. They didn't work here and they won't work in the future. We want a positive campaign and a yes vote in the European referendum, and I beg you to move.
Jerry Fisher to move the direct negative, to be followed by Alan Smith MEP.
Jerry Fisher, Oban and Lawn, delegate. Good afternoon. You will have gathered, perhaps, that I have some problems with this resolution. Not that I'm against the idea that 16 and 17-year-olds should have the vote in the referendum. Not that I'm against the referendum. Any member of SOAC in the last 5 years will know that I've been trying to get a referendum in party policy for that time, since Alec unilaterally took it out of the party policy in April 2010. But when it comes down to the question of what this resolution says. It talks about as making the positive case for Scotland remaining in a reformed EU, but it doesn't say, and the mover of the resolution doesn't say what reforms we're assuming will happen to the EU, merely that we're not trusting David Cameron to get them. I've always been in favour of the EU since it came in as a subject in terms of trade and in terms of the environment. I've always been in favour of that because Scotland didn't have sovereignty over trade with other nations. No country has sovereignty over its trade with other nations. It demands an agreement between countries. So no country has sovereignty over trade, and certainly no country has sovereignty over the environment, which is, in fact, everyone is involved in the environment. But I have worked for 46 years in this party on the basis that we, as a party, stood for demanding the resurgence, the reintegration of Scotland, subject only to the sovereign will of the Scottish people. That was the basis on which we went to the referendum last year, that it was the sovereign will of the Scottish people that should rule this country. And in practice, that does mean, I'm afraid, that we have to talk about getting the sovereign will of the Scottish people back from the EU. I don't believe that's going to happen. There is no way that Scotland retaining its sovereignty ties in with the project, which is to create a union of the states of Europe, political, social, and economical union. Now, you can say that it's in Scotland's interests, but that's the secondary aim of this party. The primary aim of this party is to gain again, after 300-odd years, the sovereign will of the Scottish people will govern this country and everything that it does. And there is no way that that aim is compatible with giving up those rights to the EU of moving from a union in which we have 10% of the vote to another union where we have 2% of the vote. I move the direct negative.
Thank you, Jerry, and thank you for keeping to time very successfully. Next, Alan Smith, MEP, to speak in favour of the resolution, to be followed by Christian Allard, MSP.
Susan, thanks very much indeed. We're having a great conference. We're in a good mood. We've got so many talented speeches. We've had some great speeches today with Humza, with Stephen, with Murray Black. I was a bright young thing once. I was when I was elected in 2004. Now look at it. I opened the fridge the other day and I caught sight of an old man looking back at me. When did that happen? And what am I doing wearing a captain's hat? And it was all right. It was, as it turned out, a box of fish fingers. But in the 11.5 years that I have been representing Scotland and representing you in the European Parliament, I am more convinced than ever I was that the best future for Scotland, the best future for the people of Scotland, will be delivered by an independent Scotland. An independent Scotland making the changes that we need to make at home, and there's plenty of them, and that's for domestic colleagues, but what excites me is the psychological step shift that it would mean to speak with our own voice in the fora of the world. Now just imagine, think how many motions this conference this weekend would be utterly different if we were represented by Nicola Sturgeon at the UN instead of David Cameron, By Aileen MacLeod at the Paris climate talks coming up, vital for the future of humanity as a species, never mind individual countries, instead of Amber Rudd. By Stuart MacDonald, our hard-working immigration spokesperson at Westminster, instead of Theresa May in the EU refugee talks. By John Swinney at the IMF and the WTO instead of George Osborne. Now, I have much respect for Jerry Fisher, and we've had jousts many a year. But what's wrong with the European Union is our representation within it. Let's fix that. And then we can talk about the ins and outs of EU reform. We are in favour of a reformed EU. There's plenty of things we can talk about that, but let's not lose sight of that. Because the biggest pressing issue we have right now is that Brexit is a very real possibility that we will be removed from that forum against the wishes of Scotland. And that's a very real debate. It's a toxic debate that we're seeing down south and to an extent here as well. It's a toxic debate that's devoid of details, yet conflated with toxic issues over refugees, migration, and issues utterly unrelated to the subject at hand. Talking of toxic, did you see the launch of the In and Out UK campaigns just this week? Both of them just awful. Project Fear Mark II, this time it's Europe. Be afraid. Well, the people of Scotland want better than that toxic debate based on nothing, that toxic debate based on sentiment and prejudice. We can do better than that. And conference, Brexit, regardless of your thoughts on the EU, is emphatically against the interests of the people of Scotland. Those are the interests that we in this party will serve first and last and always. Let's remember the big picture in this. Brexit is going to be a tough sell and a tough argument. We will take that positive message to the people of Scotland that the best future for us is independence within Europe. Please support the motion.
Thanks, Alan. Christian Allard, MSP, to speak in favour of the resolution, to be followed by Paul Leinster.
Bonjour, conference. Fit like today. Welcome to Aberdeen. Yeah, allez les Bleus, Jerry, you are absolutely right. I will support the two blue teams this weekend. Because, of course, allez la France against the All Black. And we've got, of course, Scotland, who's going to reach the semi-final. We need to do it, and it's very important. You see, Jerry, we find something to agree on. Fantastic. That's a great start. I will have to point something out to Jerry. It's very important that we make a positive case to stay in the EU. And on my side, I'm not going to make the positive case because I happen to be French. You maybe heard the accent. But I make the positive case because I work 30 years in the fishing industry here in Scotland. And the reason I'm making that case, and the same case I'm making to every skippers, to every fish merchants in the northeast of Scotland, let's remember what happened. It's not a Scottish government, it's not Scotland who sold down the Scottish fishing industry down the river. It's not somebody in Scotland who said that our Scottish fishermen were expendable. Let's remember who said it. It was Westminster. And my point, Jerry, it was not the EU who sold the Scottish fishing industry down the river. Let's stop this myth that somehow, the EU did that. They didn't do anything of the kind. It's Westminster who did it. It's Westminster who represents us in Europe. This is the reason we need to have a positive case to stay in Europe. And of course, I absolutely agree that 16 and 17 years old should be voting in this EU referendum. They voted in our referendum last year, and they'll have the right to vote in 201 days. And here in the Northeast, they'll be able to vote for a Frenchman on the top of the list in the second vote. And think about it, that message that we give us in the SNP, this fantastic party that we are, this inclusive party that we have. We've got not only a Frenchman standing for election, not somebody who's British, but somebody who came here 30 years ago and never decided to become British. Why not? But also, we've got 16 and 17 years old who are going to be able to vote, and I will be able to vote, like the 100 and so thousand people living in Scotland. And we should cherish this. It's so, so important. And believe you me, since Mr. Cameron decided to have an EU referendum, I hear a lot of voices from the rest of the UK, and I was surprised. I was taken back by it. A lot of people, just like in Scotland, cannot understand why 1.5 million EU citizens resident in the UK don't have a voice to know if they can stay in this country, if they can live in this country, if they can contribute to the UK. So,
could you finish up now, Christian? Finish up.
So if anybody asks you why you should vote for a positive and to stay in the EU, if anybody asks you why 16 and 17 years old, or if EU residents living here should vote, tell them it's a Frenchman who told you.
We've got Paul Leinster to speak in favour of the resolution. This is a very popular resolution, delegates, so we're not going to be able to take every card, unfortunately, and I apologise to those who we're not going to be able to call, but we'll have time for another couple of speakers after Paul before we move to the summing up. So Paul and then Peter Grant, MP.
Thank you, Convener. I strongly support everything that this resolution says, and I would urge delegates to vote in favour of it. But I want to just focus particularly on the issue of extending the franchise to 16 and 17-year-olds. During the course of the EU referendum debate, there's going to be a huge amount of talk about the economic benefits of being part of the EU. And of course, this is fundamentally important to our membership. But it's also important to remember the educational opportunities that EU membership brings for young people. I'm quite a good example of someone who fully benefited as a young person from these opportunities. When I was in 6th year, I participated in an EU-wide educational visit to the European Parliament in Strasbourg. I met young people from all over Europe, and this trip helped spark my interest in politics at a relatively young age. The programme runs constantly and opens up the European Parliament to thousands of young people every year, giving them the opportunity to learn how the EU works, to meet and question figures within the institutions, and just to meet other young people who live throughout the EU, who they have a lot in common with. When I finished school, I went on to study languages at Glasgow University, and through this I took part in the Erasmus programme, which, for those who are not familiar with it, is an EU-wide scheme which allows students to spend a year studying in another EU member state. And I was just told before I came on stage that it was our very own Winnie Ewing who first started this programme when she was an MEP. The Erasmus programme is fully funded and provides generous universal grants to students wishing to participate, meaning that, much like going to university in Scotland, the programme is free and open to all, regardless of your background or your financial situation. And in the grand scheme of the European project, Erasmus and similar programmes are a drop in the ocean. But for those who take part in them, they're life-changing, worthwhile and hugely enjoyable. Why should this Tory government deprive people of 16 and 17 of having a say over whether or not these opportunities should be taken away from them? We are an outward-looking internationalist party, and we should be doing all that we can to encourage young people to travel, learn, experience other cultures. By dragging us out the EU, UKIP and a large section of the Tory party want to turn inwards, narrow minds, and limit opportunities for cultural education. In the SNP, we need to stand united against this. Again, I would urge you to support this resolution. Thank you.
Okay. Peter Grant MP, who will also speak in favour of the resolution, and Peter's a member of the EU Scrutiny Committee at Westminster. And Peter will be followed by our last speaker before we go to summing up, who is Gavin Lundy from the YSI. I hope I pronounced your name properly. Peter.
Good afternoon, Conference. A wee while ago, Hannah Bardell reminded us that this isn't a beauty contest. Thank goodness, says me and several others. But while it's entirely up to you whether you want to give marks out of 10 to the various physiognomies that appear on the big screens on either side of the hall, I can tell you the view where I'm standing right now is infinitely better than the view that faces me every other time I get up on my feet to speak these days. And it's even worse on the rare occasions that the Tories actually turn up to sit on the benches across from us. Conference, unless something utterly spectacular happens at Westminster, there is going to be a referendum that could lead to Scotland leaving the European Union. Given that fact, it is up to this party to make sure that that referendum is a fair one, because nobody else at Westminster is all that interested in fair referendums, as you maybe noticed not that long ago. And the kind of things that we've spoken about, that are within the gift of the UK Parliament to agree to make sure that the universal franchise genuinely is universal, that young adults are not disqualified from voting just because they've got a greater interest in the result than old folk like me. It's in our interests, it's in the interests of everybody to make sure that the same 170,000 residents of our nation who were scaremongered into voting no last year because they were told if Scotland's independent, you will lose your right to live and work in the United Kingdom, they are now facing not only a referendum that could remove us from the European Union, but they are being denied the right to take part in that referendum. It is utterly and totally shameful, and I'll tell you the reason for the different approach from the UK Parliament. It's because while our nation and our party regards these 170,000 people as a welcome and valuable addition to our society, the Conservative government treat them as nothing other than troublesome immigrants that we would much rather weren't here in the first place. But one vitally important part of the resolution that we haven't covered yet is the absolutely essential, fundamental, non-negotiable element that we will continue to fight for on your behalf. Nobody takes Scotland out of the European Union unless the people of Scotland say so. Scotland's place in the European Union will be decided by the sovereign people of the Scottish nation and by nobody else. That is fundamental, that is non-negotiable.
Okay, Gavin Lundy, who will also speak in support of the resolution, and then Jerry Fisher to sum up for the direct negative. And Gavin's a first-time speaker at conference.
Conference. Like many, I was enthused by the referendum to join a political party, and that political party was the SNP. The reason why I joined the SNP in particular was because of our position in the European Union. And I'd ask you, Conference, to put the same drive, energy and debate into this referendum in 2017, because that's the only way we can keep Scotland a vibrant democracy. However, we've been told by Tories in Westminster that 16 and 17-year-olds votes don't count and they shouldn't be given the vote at all. And we've also been told that European citizens who already live in Scotland will not get the vote. So both of these groups are the groups that are going to be affected by this decision the most. And I think it's absolutely disgusting that those two groups cannot get a vote in this referendum. Conference, there's two easy options that the SNP could take towards the EU. The first would be to reject the EU entirely, reject its values and the benefits that come with it, and pander and vindicate people like UKIP, and lack all nuance in their position. The next is to simply accept the EU as it stands today, which simply is not the progressive option, and it's something that the SNP should never do. Conference, I think the SNP's place is to always take the progressive option to ensure that Scotland's voice is heard in the European Union. During the referendum, we were told by Better Together that we were equal members of the UK. How unjust would it be if Scotland's human rights, and I mean, yes, human rights, and its economic prosperity was put at risk by a government we didn't vote for at Westminster and by public opinion in the UK? Conference, Scotland should always strive to be an active international member of the world community, and only through the EU can we do this. We do this with the EU. We can help the refugees in Syria by helping to do a bit to end that crisis with Scotland's voice in the European Union. We can invest in the poorer economies of Eastern Europe and have that benefit somewhere down the line. And finally, we can put Scotland's, our greatest assets, our whisky and our salmon, across the world by using the EU's trade. Because and I'm sure you'll agree with me, Conference, that Scotland's produce deserves to be at the very top of what the world has to offer. So, Conference, choosing to sign up to this campaign would be the progressive option for the SNP members to take. And also, as Conference, I'd urge you to always campaign in 2017 on your own terms and never campaign alongside Tories. So let's take Scotland's progressive traditions and help the EU to reform itself in the future. Conference, I ask you to imagine a better Europe so that we can imagine a better Scotland. Please support the motion. Thank you.
Jerry, to sum up for the direct negative, you've got 2 minutes, Jerry, and then Hamza Youssef to sum up for the resolution.
2 minutes. No new business. Christian Allard made a point that it wasn't the EU that caused the death of the Scottish fishing industry. No, it wasn't the EU. It was the common fisheries policy of the EU, which they didn't have as a policy, they didn't have in the treaties until the day that Norway and the UK applied for membership, at which point they adopted a common fisheries policy which said that the fish belonged to all of the nations of the EU. Fact. Alan didn't say a word on the real subject, the subject which dominates my thinking on this, which was the question of sovereignty. What he did, as other people have done, have to tell you how much better Scotland will be in the EU, that Scottish interests are served by being in the EU. Much as Better Together last year told you that Scotland's interests were in favour of staying in the Union, that was what dealt with Scottish interests best. Now, as I say, this party is based on a constitution and rules, and the aims of this party are quite clear. First of all, independence for Scotland, the re-establishment of the sovereign will of the Scottish people to decide how things are done in Scotland. And secondly, because we couldn't exist and fight elections on a policy of the Constitution and nothing else, the furtherance of all Scottish interests. But that's the secondary aim. The primary aim is for independence. That's why I joined the party. That's why most of you joined the party. And there is no way that you can have an independent Scotland within the EU as it presently stands.
Okay, Hamza Youssef to sum up for the resolution.
You know, I've never had a Jerry Fisher direct negative. It feels like my conference experience is complete. But I do respect Jerry and the points that he makes, but he's fundamentally wrong for a number of reasons. First of all, to compare the arguments of sovereignty with those that the Better Together camp made to us during last year's referendum is base and it's simplistic, because we will have a referendum, and there the Scottish people can and have the opportunity to reassert their sovereignty with independence within Europe. But the points I want to make in the minute and a half I have left are this. Firstly, that we do believe in reform. And Jerry, I'm amazed that you've read every document in the SNP under the sun, but you haven't seen 28 pages of our EU reform agenda. So we do want reform within Europe. But the second point is this, is that Scotland leads progressive voices within Europe. When the refugee crisis happens and is happening, we have been at the forefront of saying that the European Union must take refugees across the continent. When it's come to the Greek economic crisis, I was proud that it was our First Minister who was the very first European leader to say that there should be cancellation of Greek debt, and then others followed after that. When workers' rights are being assaulted by Conservatives, I'm proud that it's the Scottish National Party and the Scottish Government that lead Europe in the social protection of workers' rights. So we are a compassionate voice in Europe, we're a social just voice in Europe, and we're a voice that believes in the protection of rights for workers. Not only does Scotland want to be in the EU, but the EU needs a progressive Scotland to maintain a progressive social Europe. And in that, let's vote for the motion, vote against the direct negative. I believe in independence in Europe. I hope you do too.
Thank you, delegates. We'll move to the vote now. It's a straightforward vote either for or against the resolution. So now, can I see cards, first of all, in favour of the resolution? OK, and cards against? The resolution's overwhelmingly carried.
Okay, two remaining resolutions. Resolution 19. To be moved by a return. Welcome back, Humza Yousaf, to be seconded by Patrick Grady. It's news to Humza that he's moving this resolution, so you can be as concise as you please, Humza.
Yes, I will be precise. I'm delighted, although surprised, to be moving this motion. I know I'm delighted, and I'm especially delighted that I have my colleagues Patrick Grady and Dr. Lisa Cameron as part of the Westminster team to ensure that the voice of international development is
Delegates,
heard there.
hang on, Humza.
Well.
Delegates, shh. Humza.
Thank you. On the issue of the Sustainable Development Goals, I have a number of jobs as a Minister for Europe and International Development, but some of the proudest work I do is in the arena of international development. I have conference simply the best job in government. I get to sell Scotland right across the world. I get to sell it on trade, I get to sell it on investment, but most often I'm asked, what do I want Scotland to be known for? And while I'm proud of Scotland being known for many things, it's Iron Brew, it's Tunnock's tea cakes, that Loch Ness Monster, and having a fantastic football club, Celtic. What I really want Scotland above anything else is to be known for its compassion. I want Scotland not to be known for its military might. I don't want Scotland to be known for its economic greatness, as good as that is. I want Scotland to be known as the most compassionate country in the world. And so when I travel to Malawi or Zambia, Pakistan or Bangladesh, and I see some of the work that the kind-hearted, generous Scots, some of you, of course, amongst that, who do that good work, this is not just about providing energy or education in its own right. There's a human story behind every single one of these. I met a woman in Malawi, Iman was her name, from the Malanje Mountains, who for the first time was the first woman in her village to give birth under a light bulb. not in a room of darkness. In the 21st century, but because she was able to do that, now many other women have now got a safer birth and being able to give a safer birth, and child mortality is decreasing. When I look at projects like that, I get proud of the contribution that Scotland has made. And what about the UK government? How it chooses to spend its international development budget. What a shame that it chooses to spend a portion of that in terms of security and military aid overseas. What a shame that is. So the Sustainable Development Goals have brought countries from across the world, 193 members of the United Nations, to focus on some key goals, 17 goals in total, from the reduction of poverty and completely and entirely to ensuring that women and the gap of inequality is reduced between the genders, right the way through to providing sustainable energy across the world. So we have an opportunity to influence that. We should be at the front and centre of that, and we should ensure that Scotland's voice is heard as a part of the most compassionate countries in the world. So, Conference, I'm sure you will back this motion. I would encourage you to look at the Sustainable Development Goals yourself, see how you can make a contribution, but let it be known from this conference loudly and clearly that if there's one thing we want Scotland to be known for, it's as the most compassionate country in the world. Please back the motion and give it your full support.
Thank you, Umpire. And Patrick Grady, MP, will second. Patrick, of course, as well as being National Secretary, is also the Westminster spokesperson for international development. Patrick.
Thank you, Derek. Thank you, Conference. I don't know who's going to be running the stopwatch while I'm standing at the stage, so I'll do my best not to get hit by the big red button. It's been a while since I've spoken on a policy resolution at Conference, but I'm delighted to have this opportunity. My background before I was elected was in the international development sector. I was the Vice Chair of the Network of International Development Organisations in Scotland for a while, and I've also lived in Malawi, and Hamza gave us a very powerful testimony of the difference that Scotland's contribution to Malawi is making. Malawi, of course, has been an independent country for over 50 years, and despite the terrible hardships that that country and its people face, not once have they looked back and wanted to return to London rule. It's also been this year we mark 10 years of formal relations, government-to-government cooperation between the Government of Scotland and the Government of Malawi, a relationship that only goes from strength to strength in terms of the community links and relations that also exist. So it was a huge privilege to be asked by Angus Robertson, our leader at Westminster, and Alex Salmond, our Foreign Affairs lead spokesperson, to take on the role of international development in Westminster. And there is a big job for us there to do, like so much of what the team at Westminster have to do. And Hamza's outlined the huge opportunity presented by the Sustainable Development Goals, agreed by every single country in the world, to end poverty in all its forms everywhere. And that has a very interesting domestic angle as well. The UK government has signed up to 17 goals and 169 targets that are not just about helping developing countries, vitally important though that is, but they're also about meeting those targets here at home. And of course, First Minister Nicola Sturgeon signed up to those goals even before they were ratified at the United Nations, committing Scotland to play its part in abolishing poverty around the world and here at home. So it's a hugely ambitious global framework, but there is a big job to do. And the question we have to ask is whether the UK government and the Department for International Development is now prepared to step up to the plate. We've heard a lot of play in recent weeks by the Tory government, a Tory government terrified of its right-wing backbenchers about the fact that it meets the 0.7% target of aid, 0.7% of gross national income to be spent on development aid. And that's something that the SNP has called for 40 years. And if the UK governments over those 40 years had met that goal, there would be £35 billion extra having been spent on development. So we congratulate the UK government on meeting that last year. But what I discovered through parliamentary questions is that as well as meeting that target, it wants to meet a target of 2% of gross income on military Ministry of Defence spending. And it turns out it's going to double count some of that money. It's going to count money towards the defence budget as money towards the aid budget. And that seems to me like an extraordinary contradiction in terms. It might be technically correct in terms of OECD rules, but it is morally wrong. Aid must be spent on humanitarian need and not partisan political interests. So the team at Westminster, myself, Dr. Lisa Cameron...
That's nearly time, Patrick.
Dr. Lisa Cameron, who's in Geneva chairing an IPU summit on the IDGs, will keep holding the UK government to account. We'll work with Hamza and Fiona, the team here in Scotland, to promote Scotland's progressive vision, hold the UK government to account and build a peaceful world free of poverty. Please support the motion.
Oh, I've always wanted to do that. OK, there are no cards in against. Hamza will waive his right to sum up. Can I ask conference, is the resolution passed by acclaim? It is, which takes us to the final resolution of the day, to be moved by Keith Brown, Cabinet Secretary. Resolution 20 on Borders Rail and the infrastructure investment. Keith Brown, Infrastructure, Investment and Cities, Cabinet Secretary.
At conference earlier this year, I met a woman called Madge Elliott. Madge Elliott, who is a woman of advanced years, had campaigned in the late 1960s as a young woman against the closure of the Borders Railway. She led a petition to Downing Street. And ever since that time, the 1960s, has campaigned in order to see the reinstatement of the Borders Railway. And she had a fantastic day on the day that we reopened, after its closure over 40 years ago, the Borders Railway. But the interesting thing was that many other people who had opposed the Scottish Government's plans to reopen the Borders Railway suddenly fell silent. Indeed, there was one Tory MSP who had said publicly that he would never go on the Borders Railway. And he spent the whole day on the first train going down hiding from the cameras, because he knew that the people of the Borders were behind this railway. And if you look at the figures, we projected around 650,000 users of the Borders Railway in its first year. Well, in the first 4 weeks, there's been 125,000 users of the Borders Railway. Now, I mention that because Madge Elliott had seen the decision of a remote Westminster government taking the decision to close a vital railway. And she had lived long enough and campaigned to make sure she saw a Scottish Government reverse that decision. So Madge Elliott, many other people, Christine Graham sitting here as well, people like Petra Bieberbach, many others who campaigned, Tricia Marwick, who's not here today, also campaigned for that, who campaigned for many years. It's surprising how many women led that campaign to reinstate the Borders Railway as well. And one man, just to mention, who was not only key, supported my decision proposing that we should spend the money to reopen it, was Alex Salmond. The work that Alex Salmond has done to make sure that we have the tourist potential being realised in the Borders was phenomenal, and it continues to be done to this day. We've got a great deal to thank Alex Salmond for in terms of the Borders Railway. At conference, I mentioned earlier on about some of the other projects that we are doing in infrastructure. I mentioned the A9. We are the first government to both commit to dualling it and actually now to start dualling it. The A96, which has been mentioned as well, another £3 billion project. Also the Forth Road crossing, talked about in the McConnell years, if you remember, when the estimated price was about £5 billion and Gordon Brown was going to help out with the cash. Well, of course, we got no help, and through the work of John Swinney, we managed to get the cost of that down to about £1.35 billion, but talked about for many years, and yet it's this government that's actually delivering. And actually, if there's anybody here from Murray, they'll know of a little-known project called the Mastodloch Bypass. And I mention that because people in Murray have been campaigning for 50 years for that bypass, and the only time when it was delivered by the Scottish Government. Similarly, for anybody here from Aberdeen, the Aberdeen Western Peripheral Route, we all know how long people campaigned for that, again delivered by the Scottish Government. So it seems to me that what we're doing, I think very effectively, is actually catching up with where we should have been in the first place. But what we want to do is to go much further than that. And as the motion says, we are having our capital budgets cut, which is exactly the wrong thing to do at this time of the economic cycle. And what really surprises me is when you can get a Labour Party that's happy to go along with the cuts to these capital budgets of the Scottish Government. In fact, if you go to the Scottish Parliament, they glory in the cuts that we get to our budget. And I'm not overstating that point. But at the same time, their official position now is they want to spend £100 billion on nuclear bombs that they say they will never use. That is deeply immoral. But we've got so much that we need to do with that money. So we do have a situation, Conference, where we want to not just bring our standards of connectivity, whether it's railways, whether it's our airports, whether it's our roads, whether it's our broadband, up to the standard that we've got every right to expect in a modern, developed European economy. And we're doing that by starting to redress some of the problems in the past, the lack of investment in the A9, the lack of investment in the Aberdeen Western Peripheral Route, the lack of investment properly in broadband. But what would be far better to do is to make sure we can go to the next stage, so we've got better infrastructure than anybody else. And the only way that we can do that is to make sure that we get our due amount, as John Swinney said earlier on during the fiscal framework, to make sure we get the amount that we need to do to take things further. I think we have shown over the last 7-8 years with the money that we've spent on our infrastructure and also the jobs that we've created in the process of doing that, which has been vital to many people. If you think of the apprenticeships and the professional qualifications, one young man I spoke to had done his entire apprenticeship on the Forth Road Bridge. The vital difference these projects have made to people's lives. We want to do more of that, and we want to get Scotland's infrastructure up to the best in the world, alongside Switzerland and other top-notch countries. Obviously, we can do that much more effectively with independence, but in the meantime, we have to make sure that we use every penny we can, and John Swinney's doing a fantastic job in this, as is this other guy, Mackay, who's now doing the transport job, I think. He's not been too ideal. As you heard earlier on from his announcement of the 2 new ferries for Ferguson Shipyard. We are looking after jobs in Scotland. Please support this motion.
Okay, I'm going to take back over the chair again because seconding this resolution is Derek Mackay, MSP. Transport Minister. You've got 3 minutes, Derek.
Thank you, Susan, and I'll do what I can within those 3 minutes. And I'm delighted to follow the Cabinet Secretary, whose job, of course, in terms of transport, that I have taken. And I thought, Keith, you were a fantastic Transport Minister for Scotland, and I have inherited a fantastic record from you. But I've been able to make some decisions as a Transport Minister myself, and this resolution allows me the opportunity to talk about it. Just over the last couple of weeks, I've made a couple of announcements, and one for me is quite symbolic of how the Scottish Government treats Scotland and how the UK Government treats Scotland. I'm bringing forward a programme to fit tanks to the trains, so no longer is the effluent, the human waste from our trains spilled on the tracks of Scotland. And the reason I'm doing that is it's unacceptable for our staff working on the railways to deal with that mess and to work in that mess and for it to be there in stations. So it will be the case that trains that are responsible to me will be cleaner in a very short period of time, but those that are responsible to the UK Government that run through Scotland will still be ditching their effluent in Scotland. Doesn't that say everything about the attitudes between the Scottish Government and the Westminster Government? And I hope I get extra time for applause, convener. And I've also inherited an active travel budget, walking and cycling, so important for the health and well-being of our nation, at record levels. And even though the UK Government cut our budget, I have matched, indeed surpassed, the spending on active travel for this financial year, despite the cuts from the UK Government, important for the health and well-being of our nation. And I've been delighted, as Scotland's first Islands Minister, to freeze ferry fares in Scotland for next year. So important to our island communities. To extend the air discount scheme, the subsidy from 40% to 50% to tackle the high airfares that people endure. And a very proud decision to award the contract to Ferguson's for the 2 new vessels that will strengthen the ferry fleet of Scotland. But of course, I keep an eye on the weather. Every Transport Minister has to. And I can tell you, we've also got more gritters than ever before, and they are bigger and they are better to prepare for our winter resilience. But as Keith Brown said, the hallmark of this administration is competent government, delivering huge infrastructure projects, multi-billion-pound infrastructure projects on time and on budget. But finally, on rail, we have, or they are coming, more trains, more tracks, more stations, bigger trains, faster trains, greener trains.
Could you finish up, please,
£5 billion worth of investment. And as I finish, I want Conference's support to say two things to the UK government. First of all, we want the full decentralisation. We want the full devolution of rail to Scotland. And we want it now. And having shown that we can run the railways and we can run infrastructure projects in Scotland, I say this: we build, they wreck. And when you toy with Network Rail in Scotland, the SNP say no way to the privatisation of Network Rail in Scotland, and we will oppose you every step of the way.
Thank you, Derek. Our next speaker is Anas Hassan, who will move the remit back. Before Anas speaks, is there a formal seconder for the remit back? OK, you've got a formal seconder, Anas Hassan, and he'll be followed by Callum Kerr, MP.
Good afternoon, Conference. You saw my blue suede shoes yesterday. Today, I've completed the jigsaw. I've got a saltire blue suit on, so hopefully I'm putting on a good show this afternoon for you. On the main business of transport, however, unfortunately I've had to remit back. I love the resolution. I think it's excellent. I think the Borders Railway is fantastic. But I haven't seen anything specific within the resolution as such. Now, I do sympathise with the SNP because I do believe that we've been a very pragmatic political party in government since 2007. We've always used pragmatism to deliver for Scotland. And of course, we have operated in the last few years within an environment of austerity from a very negative UK government. But closer to home where I live in Fife, I'm a supporter of a possible revived rail link for Leavenmouth and for a new rail link to Alloa from the west of Fife, for the west of Fife communities. I'm a fond user of my car and I clock up many miles, but I do love travelling on the railways. I do love the beautiful scenery that I see from Fife when I'm travelling on the train along the Firth of Forth to Edinburgh and beyond. And whilst I enjoy the scenery and the tranquility of travelling on a train, rail brings economic security to rural communities and to urban communities. Rail actually connects the people of Scotland, no matter where they live. Unfortunately, it seems to be that if you live within an urban area, your chances of connectivity on whether it's rail or bus seems to be better than if you are actually in a rural area as such. So the key here is equality, is to actually provide equality to everybody in Scotland when it comes to getting mobile, especially for those who don't actually have a car or who have to actually have no option but to resort to using a car to travel. You might have heard of Michael Choo Choo Portillo on the BBC's This Week programme. Well, you've got Anas Choo Choo Hassan declaring this afternoon and urging our Scottish Government to, yes, by all means continue to be pragmatic, yes, by all means to continue to champion the cause of better transport for everybody in Scotland, but to actually put real proposals on the table as soon as possible, particularly for Leavenmouth, for West Fife, for a completed Borders rail link to Carlisle, and to connect as much of rural Scotland and everywhere else within Scotland with railways, because at the end of the day, trains bring economic security and better transport brings better security and better connectivity for the people of our great nation of Scotland. Ladies and gentlemen, I thank you.
Okay, thank you. Our next speaker is Callum Kerr, MP, who will speak for the resolution. Just before we take Callum, though, just for information for delegates on the use of remit back, if you actually agree with the policy, the remit back act isn't really appropriate and you shouldn't really be moving a remit back if you agree with the policy. If you want to add something to a motion, then an amendment is a more appropriate way to do that. And that's just something to make delegates aware of how remits back should be used. OK, Callum Kerr, and he'll be followed by Christine Graham, MSP, who'll also speak in favour of the resolution.
Thank you very much. Before I start, I apologise. I missed Angus yesterday talking about the great job we did in the borders. I just remind everyone, it's only half a job. We stopped a Tory once, we need to stop it again and get Paul Wheelhouse elected as our MSP. Now, conference last month was a historic one for the Scottish borders. I mean, after 47 years, we got our railway back. That's more years than I've been on this planet. The new line from Edinburgh to Tweedbank has already been an unqualified success. In the first month, more than 125,000 passengers travelled on the line. There are now 192 services a week linking my constituency to the Central Belt, and that's 192 reasons for success. Delegates, the Borders Railway presents my region with huge opportunities. It will leverage economic growth, help create prosperity, encourage inward investment, and bring my stunning constituency closer to the rest of Scotland. In short, it is our biggest transport boost for generations. But it would not have been possible without the vision of the Scottish Government. The longest domestic railway to be built in the UK for more than 100 years. A £297 million project delivered on time, on budget, and with total conviction, something that our friends across the benches could learn from in Westminster. Now, hopefully in time, we will be able to take the line further on to Hawick and Carlisle and replacing the full Waverley line that was taken away 47 years ago. Conference, this is our SNP government in action, delivering with vision, delivering for people, delivering for Scotland. The more we can afford to invest in infrastructure, the better nation we can and will build. Now, of course, the Tory austerity programme means that we are constrained in what we can do. The Scottish Government's capital budget has fallen by a quarter in real terms over the last 5 years. But thanks to the determination of ministers and John Swinney's astute financial management, we are still able to provide a fantastic programme of infrastructure investments. And you heard about some of them today. The new Forth Crossing, more than £1.35 billion invested, coming in under budget. The new South Glasgow hospitals, £842 million. The Schools for Future programme, I could go on, but with a red light flashing, even as a new boy, I think that means I'm not supposed to.
Correct.
It's a hugely important record, an impressive record, but there is so much more to do, which is why we need to use the forthcoming comprehensive spending review to boost our capital investment. Conference, our infrastructure programme is quite literally concrete proof that we are creating a better 21st century Scotland, a nation fit for its people. I urge you to support the motion. Thank you.
Christine Graham, MSP, to speak in favour of the resolution, and she'll be followed by Christina Hendry, who will be the last speaker in this debate before we move to the summing up.
I have a huge smile on my face because I now have a railway through my constituency, in Callum's constituency. I have stations at Newton Grange, Gorebridge, Stow, Galashiels and Tweedbank. And I can tell you I'm brimming with pride, not just at the Scottish Government, who delivered that railway line. And believe you me, Keith Brown has understated himself. He campaigned, along with Alec, to make sure that railway line happened. But I want to take you back to 1998 and 17,000 people across the borders in Midlothian who signed a petition to get that railway back. And they were going to take it to Westminster. And I just got elected to the Parliament. I says, we've got a wee thing in this Parliament called the Public Petitions Committee. And that committee listened to their petition. And in the year 2000, the whole Parliament voted to reinstate that line. So, while Westminster would have put it in the in tray, the Scottish Parliament put it in the to-do tray. And the compliment is not just to the Scottish Parliament and to the Scottish Government, the SNP government. It's to the people of the Borders and Midlothian. It's a people's victory. And if people can do that through the Scottish Parliament about a railway line, just you think what they could do with independence. So, I've got two wee yellow lights. I don't know what that means. If you've not If you've not been on that train, you get on it, because it's just bloody great.
Thank you, Christine. Christina Hendry, and then we do actually have a wee bit more time than we thought. So Paul Wheelhouse, MSP, will be our last speaker after Christina, who is a first-time speaker at conference.
Conference, it is an absolute pleasure to speak on an issue that is literally so close to home. I come from Hawick in the beautiful Scottish Borders. Up until last month, Hawick was the furthest town of its size from a railway in the United Kingdom. But 6 weeks ago, that all changed with the opening of the border railway from Edinburgh to Tweedbank. From other speakers, you've heard the facts and figures demonstrating the success of the railway so far. Now, I would like to tell you my personal experience. Firstly, as the SNP believes, it is a party for the whole of Scotland, and the whole of Scotland includes the Borders. Now, once again, the Borders feels it's connected to the rest of Scotland. I am from Hawick, but I study at the University of Stirling. My journey to and from university used to take 4.5 hours, but now, with the railway, it takes just 2.5 hours. It's also cheaper for me, as with my 16 to 25 rail card, I can use it the whole way down instead of having to get a train and then a bus. It's not just me that feels the success of the railway, though. I've spoken to many other students who feel it's so much easier to get home to the Borders and so much easier for their families to visit them at their universities and colleges. Secondly, the railway has put the Borders back on the map. I met a couple from America who were delighted that they were able to make it down from Edinburgh to the Borders so easily. They had a packed diary full of various activities, including many of the historical sites the Scottish Borders has to offer. More carriages have had to be put on to cope with the influx of people coming down to visit the Borders. Now, while I've talked about the results of the Borders Railway being so amazing, I don't want this route to be seen as a completed project. There is so much potential in restoring the old Waverley route by bringing the railway down through the rest of the Borders, including Hawick, where I live, and over the border to Carlisle. The gateway to the Borders is now open, but not everyone in the Borders feels this is great progress. Indeed, as Keith Brown said, my local MSP, John Lamont, claimed he would never use the Borders Railway. He actually has, because he was there on the opening day. So conference, my invitation to you today is to come and see for yourselves the Great Borders Railway. And while you're there, please do pop across to my constituency of Ettrick, Roxburgh and Berwickshire and help me campaign to elect Paul Wheelhouse, SNP, as a more progressive local representative to ensure continued positive developments for the Borders and for the rest of Scotland. I'll see you on the railway. Thank you.
Paul Wheelhouse, MSP, and then Anas Hassan to sum up for the Remit back, if you wish to do so.
Thank you for allowing me the chance to speak. Conference, I thank all MSPs who voted for the Act that made the Borders Rail possible, our SNP, Transport Ministers and Cabinet Secretaries who persevered and delivered this now highly successful project, especially Stuart Stevenson and Keith Brown for sticking to their guns when others were opposing the project. But I do thank Dermot Mackay for his own personal strong interest in the project and ensuring that it finished with great success this summer. However, I want to, in particular, to thank and congratulate, as Keith Brown did, the Campaign for Borders Rail, all 3 councils, all those individuals involved in the grassroots campaign, such as Madge Elliott, for righting a serious wrong that was done to the region I love in 1969 when the Waverley Line was axed. Friends, while the grassroots campaign had the support of many local politicians, Christine Graham, Councillor John Mitchell, and sometimes many others from opposition parties you should recognise, but the project faced hostile reception and sometimes misleading opposition from my Tory opponent John Lamont. He wasted thousands of pounds of taxpayers' money to undertake a survey to kill the project. Surely the only politician who wanted to kill £300 million worth of investment for his own constituency, to benefit his own constituents, just to get his coupon in the paper and for the oxygen of publicity. Well, the project has been so successful, as we have heard, that even my hapless Tory opponent, John Lamont, could not resist the urge to use the services on opening day. Keith suggested that John was hiding away on the train. Well, I can reveal that I did take some photographs, interesting photographs of that particular day, and John may feature in them. But he has, what a brass neck, saying he would never use the Galashiels Railway, as he dubbed it. But I really enjoyed reminding him of that when I met him on that day. Even the Tories must recognise the huge success. I'll not go over the numbers again, but they do show just how strong the demand is for this service. Potentially vastly exceeding the business case estimates. My colleague Stuart Stevenson, when he cut the turf for the railway line, suggested that in the passage of time we'd be able to use the real passenger information that we got from the current service to Tweedbank to establish whether a extended service to Carlisle would be feasible. We're now seeing really strong demand, and I hope that makes the case stronger. I have little time to go, but I just want to echo the point that was made very eloquently by Christina Hendry, and indeed by Callum and others as well, that the Borders Railway doesn't stop at Tweedbank. Let's not limit our ambition. Let's look at what's possible. We have the Westminster austerity putting brakes on our ambitions, but let's consider the opportunity of extending the railway line, providing a third strategic railway line to Scotland from England via Carlisle, and bring back passenger services not only to Gala and Tweedbank, but also to Hoyk and beyond. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Paul. Anas, do you wish to sum up? Okay, you've got 2 minutes, and then he'll be followed by Keith Brown, MSP, to sum up for the resolution.
Thank you, Susan, once again. I just wanted to clarify very briefly the whole reason for the remit back, and do forgive me for being a wee bit of a naive person when it comes to SNP conferences, is because I'm wanting to see, whilst I absolutely applaud the Borders Railway, I want to see us moving forward quickly so that we can get other projects on the table, we can get investment going, and we can actually revive more of the railways across Scotland. And as I highlighted, the 2 examples within my area, Leavenmouth and West Fife, I think there is a very strong case for bringing the railways to those areas, and I do think those communities very badly need them. I absolutely wholeheartedly believe that it's in the interests of everybody that we do ensure that our railways are expanded and that our communities are connected better than ever. Because after all, it does bring economic security. And whilst I absolutely do believe that our record in government has been successful in terms of improving transport links, I do believe the resolution is very congratulatory, which is fine, but I do think it lacks actual proposals for the future ahead, and almost a view to the future as to what ideas exist in terms of actually reviving any further railing. So very briefly, great resolution, but I do think it lacks detail, and I think it does need more detail, and that's the whole reason for the Remit Bank Conference. I thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay, Keith Brown, MSP, Cabinet Secretary for Infrastructure.
Conference, I was going to pass up the chance to respond, but I will say two things very quickly. I think the motion is quite right to acknowledge the work that was done on the Borders Railway by many people, the campaigners, only some of whom could be mentioned today. But this is a really fantastic achievement. And as some speakers have said, it's been done in the teeth both of opposition from the unionist parties and slash budgets. That's why it's worth us acknowledging this, and that's why I hope the motion will be passed. But the second and last thing I want to say is I hope that everybody here has seen over the years how effective a Minister and MSP Paul Wheelhouse has been, and we'll all do our utmost to make sure he's returned when we come back into government next year. Thank you.
Thank you, Keith. OK, delegates, we'll move to the vote. Before we do so, just to clarify once again, if a remit back is successful, that means that a policy has not been approved. So if you wish to support a policy and for it to go forward, then it shouldn't be remitted back. But if you don't wish the policy to be approved, then that's what the remit back is for. Okay, just to clarify that. So we'll move to the vote. First of all, on the remit back, can I see in favour of the remit back? And those opposed to the remit back? OK, that's overwhelming. The remit back falls. On the resolution, can I see those in favour of the resolution? And those against? Resolution's passed, I think, unanimously. OK, thank you, Conference. Hand back over to Derek.
Just a couple of very brief announcements now that we should no longer be broadcasting. So they're internal announcements. Tickets are